Welcome to Wolf Valley Forbidden Hearts, Alpha's Secret, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee, in Gisborne's wine country, where supernatural secrets run as deep as the cellars. 3 rules keep our world safe. Stay hidden, stay quiet, and above all, never fall for a human. Jasmine's been breaking rules since she quit her supernatural agent career to run a vineyard. But a dead wolf shifter found mid-transformation in her neighbor's B&B? That's someone else's mess. Until Detective Bertram Hayes shows up at her door with his badge, his unsettling gray eyes, and questions she can't answer without exposing everything she's sworn to protect. She could use her magic to make him forget. Easy, clean, safe. Except the way he looks at her makes her want to know if that spark in his eyes is real or if she's just another case to solve. In years of hunting vampires, she never faced a choice this dangerous. Trust a human with the truth or trust her heart with a spell she can't take back. But in this valley, some secrets are worth the risk, and some loves are worth breaking every rule. Before we begin this tale of forbidden love, murder, and magic, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more supernatural romance audiobooks. Your support helps bring these stories to life. And now, Chapter 1 of Alpha's Secret. Chapter 1. Jasmine placed her signature meat and cheese platter on the counter of the wine bar. She enjoyed the last drop of sunlight that reflected off the tall glass door and bounced across the polished wooden surface of the bar. She loved the color and the texture of red wood. The wood was local and sturdy, but elegant, with unpredictable whorls. She could set up a table for 2, but decided against the idea because it didn't suit the occasion. It was a Sunday afternoon and nothing on this side of town was open. She wasn't supposed to be at the restaurant, let alone holding a reception for a city detective who was here to stick his nose into the business of this small community. Gisborne, a small town on the outskirts of Melbourne, Australia, was known for its tranquility and the peaceful lifestyle it offered. The human community had only recently hit the 10,000 mark. The paranormal community was about 50,000 based on the official registration. There wasn't much she could do about the rogues. She preferred that the size of the population stay the same for as long as she was a resident. For an introverted witch like her, small towns were perfect. She used to be one of the top chefs in London. She was much sought after until the lingering effect of a spell she'd learned the night before set the entire kitchen on fire. Paris's food snob community loved her until an ice spell accidentally froze and shattered all the crystal in a vintage wine collection. She could try to explain to the average mundane human that her talent with food had nothing to do with her ineptness with magic, but she didn't think they would understand. Gisborne was her dream home now. She moved easily between the paranormal and the human communities. She had friends who loved her for who she was and supportive communities to work with. Jasmine heard a car engine coming from the far end of the Chardonnay block at the main entrance of the vineyard. She then recognized the sound of a wheel dipping into a rain-filled pothole. The hole was quite deep, so any car that was low to the ground would suffer a scratch or 2 on its undercarriage. The engine hesitated for a few seconds and then came to life again. She winced. She'd meant to get Bob, the jack-of-all-trades handyman in town, to fix that hole. But between the burst pipes of the vineyard's irrigation system, the order of the next lot of fertilizer being misplaced, and the murder of a visitor in the B&B up the road with a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon produced by her vineyard, she'd forgotten all about the hole in the driveway. A couple of minutes after she'd heard the car tire hit the pothole, Detective Bertram Hayes walked into the restaurant. He was in his 30s, tall with dark hair. Jasmine thought he was well built, but it was quite hard to judge with the long jacket he had on, the kind corporate executives in London and Paris wore. His eyes were intense, focused, and determined. Plan B, then. After finding out that a city detective was coming their way, she'd had just enough time to have a quick discussion with her 2 best friends, Beatrice and Mia, about a plan of action. Plan A, they convert the detective into a believer in the paranormal community and ask for his help. Plan B, they swap the body out and give him something an ordinary human could comprehend. She stepped out from around the counter. "Jasmine," she said, and reached her hand out for a handshake. "Detective Bertram Hayes, I was told to get the keys." "That was the plan, but this is the first time you've stayed here, and it could get tricky between getting the keys in the mailbox and getting a comfortable stay." "How do you know this is my first time here?" "I've managed this resort for quite a while. I remember all our customers, Detective Hayes." He grinned. "Bertram." She would pay to see that grin again. "I was just kidding. I checked our records when your city office called to make the booking." She gestured toward the bar and walked behind it. "You shouldn't have waited for me." She smiled. "I didn't wait especially for you. We don't open on Sundays, but this is a special occasion. You aren't exactly coming here on a vacation." He nodded. "Still, I'm sorry for the inconvenience it might cause." "It's not a problem. Even with the uncomfortable reason for your stay at my resort, I refuse to let anyone visiting here go to bed hungry." Standing behind the counter, she pointed to the platter. "When I see what you like, I'll pair it with the proper wine." "I shouldn't drink." "Your duty doesn't start until tomorrow morning. So for now, you're my guest. This is on the house." "Thank you." He grinned again and then sat on a bar stool. "Would you join me? I can't enjoy this feast all by myself." "Sure. After you, though." She placed 2 wine glasses on the counter and observed him. He forked up a slice of red meat and put it on his plate. "Great," she said, and picked up a piece of the same. She waited for him to taste the meat and saw a spark of appreciation in his eyes. If there was anything she excelled at and could be proud of, it was food creation. To Jasmine, cooking was an insulting word. She aimed to create an experience with the food she prepared. Although it might sound witchy, she knew more than anyone that her minimal magical skills had nothing to do with what she did with food. She pointed at the meat on the platter. Between the mortadella, the Spanish chorizo, and the salami, the mortadella is the best choice. It's not just any mortadella. It's imported here directly from Italy. Crafted with care and by order, not processed for the mass market. He nodded. "No wonder it's so delicious." She grabbed a bottle from behind the counter and poured a small amount of red wine into his glass, then hers. She swirled the large glass to aerate the wine and then took a sip. He did the same. She smiled. "How's the wine?" "Terrific." "The same bottle that killed your victim." He choked on his drink. "No, sorry, I meant the same variety. The bottle that was used to kill her was at the top of our vintage line. $8,000 a bottle. We don't have it anymore. It was sold at an auction years before I started here." Jasmine smiled and pointed to the bottle. "This one is only $80. Now that she knew he approved of the wine, she poured more for both of them. She popped a marinated olive into her mouth and paused for a second to enjoy the flavor of the marinating sauce she had made from her own recipe. "So is it only you on this case, or are more coming?" "Just me to start with. Depending on my report, there might be more." "Working in the city, you must deal with a lot of cases like this." "Like what?" She shrugged. "Murder." He took more meat from the platter. She stayed with the olives and some grilled vegetable sticks. They were another creation of hers that converted all veggie haters into devout fans. He picked up a veggie stick and, after a second of suspicion, bit into it. Another fan. She didn't need him to confirm or deny it. His eyes said it all. She topped his wine glass. "So?" "So what?" he asked, and sounded as if her question was an unwelcome distraction from the savory vegetable sticks. "What's your background? What kinds of cases do you usually handle? Have you solved a lot of murder cases? Do you always find answers, no matter how weird they might be?" "Define weird." She shrugged. "Illogical. Like using an $8,000 bottle of wine to kill someone." He smiled. "I'd prefer not to talk about the ongoing case over dinner." She smiled. "Sorry?" "Oh, no apologies needed. As you said, my investigation doesn't start until tomorrow. Not talking about it tonight is my personal preference." She nodded. "Cheese?" He contemplated between manchego, blue cheese, aged Gouda, and fresh mozzarella. In the end, he picked up a piece of Gouda. Jasmine leaned over the counter. "You know your cheese." He smiled. Gouda is one of the oldest cheeses in the world. Its slight smoky flavor and unique texture make it a good match for the rich Cabernet Sauvignon, a killer combination. Her smile faded. One thing she'd never had was a poker face. "Are we all suspects? I mean, the town, the people, anyone who ever came in contact with that woman?" she asked. "Don't you need a motive? Why would we kill a visitor? It's bad for business, wouldn't you think? We're just ordinary people living in a small town. We've never had an incident that alerted the Central Police. We don't even have our own police station. Ask your supervisor. It's a peaceful..." She huffed after her rant, then downed her drink. Bertram sipped his wine and looked at her over the rim of his glass. She felt he took the slow-motion sip and gave her that suspenseful gaze on purpose to annoy the crap out of her. And he succeeded. "My investigation won't start until tomorrow. As I said, I prefer not to discuss the case during my private time." She nodded. "Fair enough." She hopped off her stool. "I'm quite active in the local council, and I know people in the community well. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to let me know." She put the room keys on the counter. "This serves as our reception desk for checking in and out. During the day, it'll be manned by other staff. If you need to contact me, please call my cell." She grabbed a takeaway menu and wrote her number on it. "Likewise." He gave her his business card, which she slid in the back pocket of her jeans. She put foil over the plate of cheese and meat and crimped it around the edges. "Take this for your dinner. If you want something else, you'll have to drive into the town central. It's a 15-minute drive, and you'll need to do it before 7:30 at the latest. Come on, I'll walk you to your cabin." She handed him the plate. "Thank you, but I can find my way." "It's only a minute up the hill, but it's dark and you don't know the vineyard as well as I do. You have booby traps among the vines?" She nodded. "The worst kind." Then she grinned at him. They walked along the Merlot block up a small hill. "Your cabin is the first on the right." A shadow the size of a large dog jumped out from among the vines. She knew it was too dark for Bertram to see what kind of dog it was, but it was so close she could smell its fur and its breath and hear its growls. It ran toward Bertram. He tossed the platter of food into the air, and she knew he was reaching for his gun. She grabbed his elbow. "Don't shoot, it's just a dog. It won't harm you." The dog charged away past Bertram and into darkness. Bertram shrugged off her hold. "I didn't see a collar. If I hadn't pulled my gun, it would have attacked me." "Bertram, it's just a wild dog. Don't you think it would be more scared of a stick than a gun? Do you think it understands what guns can do?" He holstered his gun. "Why are you so upset about a dog? You didn't seem so upset about the woman who was killed next door. Don't you dare judge me or anyone else in this town." He raised his hands, seeking a truce. "I'm sorry. I overreacted. It was dark, and that dog was big. I didn't mean to judge." She picked up the plate and the pieces of food that had scattered all over the ground. "You'll have to go into the town central to pick up food for dinner." He nodded. "I can do that. Where do you live?" "Up at the peak." She pointed toward the far end of the vineyard. 15-minute walk." "Walk?" "No. I'm going to drive you home first and then pick up dinner later." "You can't drive your car on the internal roads of the vineyard." "Then the hell I'll let you go that way now. That dog just ran in that direction." Chapter 2. Jasmine closed the window of the small office at the back of the restaurant and chucked a couple of large pieces of firewood into the fireplace. She looked at the clock on the wall, and it confirmed what her internal timer predicted. It was 6:30 p.m. on the dot. She turned on her computer and logged into the private chat room. On the screen, her two friends had just entered the room. Beatrice smiled. Her long, sandy hair cascaded onto her delicate shoulders, and her striking emerald eyes twinkled to match her smile. Beatrice looked like a hair and makeup model straight out of a fashion magazine. She could be a celebrity if she wanted to, but she chose to lead a quiet life, running her own vet school in Gisborne Central. Mia, on the other hand, expressed emotions only when she felt the need. Her sharp, dark brown eyes pierced through people if they lied to her. If there was such a thing as a staring competition, and if she even bothered to participate, she could be a world champion. People who didn't know her well might think she was aloof, but Jasmine knew that under her tough mask was the kindest, most warm-hearted person she had ever met. Mia worked as a psychologist during the day and accepted paranormal clients whenever there was a need. As the population of the paranormal community was 5 times larger than the human one, her clinic looked quiet on the surface, but her schedule was always full. "I just discovered something," Beatrice said with a smile. Jasmine bit into a vegetable stick left over from those she had prepared earlier for Bertram. "Nothing can beat my news about the city detective, but go ahead. What did you discover?" Mia's eyes sparked with curiosity. "Spit it out, ladies. I'm not a fan of suspense." Beatrice grinned. "We look like Charlie's Angels." Jasmine looked at their images on the screen, and Beatrice was right. Beatrice was blonde, and Mia had beautiful Asian eyes and a delicate oval face framed by raven hair that just touched her shoulders. Jasmine twirled a finger in her long brunette hair and laughed. "That's a fair observation, and I get to be the more sensible one of the 3. Mia smiled. "As you wish. Now tell us about the detective. Is he in his 60s? Taking on this job to look for a good property or maybe a location for his retirement?" Jasmine finished her vegetable stick and grabbed a second one. "Far from it. 30-something. Laser sharp. A non-believer. I think we have to go with Plan B." Beatrice winked. "I think you're wrong this time, Jasmine. There's something in him that clouded your judgment. He's susceptible to magic." Jasmine narrowed her eyes. "God damn it, Beatrice. You wielded that dog. He could have shot it for real. I thought you loved your animals." "I do, but it was just a tiny lizard I asked to run across the vines. If he had fired, which he didn't, the bullet would have hit only air, or maybe your vines." "Show off," Jasmine muttered. She pretended to scowl, but it didn't last long. Beatrice wasn't a natural witch. Her ability with magic came from learning and practice. But she was far better than Jasmine, who'd been born to witches. Mia nodded. "If he wasn't susceptible to magic, he wouldn't have seen the dog. But does that mean he's open to the paranormal? Because if he isn't, telling him will be a disaster." "But we've got no choice. I talked to Landon, and he won't help swap the body with a human John Doe," Beatrice said. "I thought he was a paranormal empathizer," Jasmine said. Mia shook her head. "There's been an increased number of fatal incidents caused by unexplained wild animal attacks recently. I think Landon's seen enough and thinks the government should step in." "That won't be helpful," Jasmine said as she waved her hands in the air. "The government can only do something if they were real animal attacks. But we know very well they weren't. Pulling in the Central Police would be a disaster. Landon didn't have an issue with helping us before. Why did he change his mind?" "Maybe you should talk to him tomorrow, Jasmine. He listens to you," Beatrice said. "He's the only medical examiner in town. The police will take his report seriously." Jasmine shook her head. "I'll take Bertram to the B&B tomorrow. I think he'll want to take a look at the crime scene first. You might have to be the one to talk with Landon in the morning, Mia. I'll try to stall Bertram for as long as possible, but sooner or later, he'll want to see the body in the morgue." Mia nodded. "Okay, I can talk to Landon." She swiped through pages of her electronic notepad. "From my investigation today, I learned that Sarah Hines was made a werewolf only a few months ago. She had just gone through a divorce, and I think her ex-husband is a mundane human. I'm not sure if he knows about her condition. He has been notified as next of kin about her death. So she's a child in paranormal age, young and inexperienced. That's why her body didn't completely reverse back to her human form when she was killed," Beatrice said. Her beautiful emerald eyes began to tear up. Jasmine made a mental note not to circle back to that topic again. Beatrice was very emotional when it came to children, both mundane and magical ones. Jasmine grabbed a third vegetable stick, but then, remembering Bertram's ruined dinner, she put it back down. She turned the kettle on and pulled out an herbal tea bag. She must have been looking for something at the B&B. If she owned a bottle of wine at that price tag, she'd choose to stay at the resort and not at the B&B, she said while making her tea. No offense, Jasmine, Beatrice smiled. Your resort is the best and the only in close proximity to town central. But the B&B is advertised as a vineyard with one of the oldest vines in the world. Sarah owned that bottle, suggesting that she was a wine snob. I think staying at the B&B instead of the resort would be the more natural choice for her. Jasmine frowned. They hardly fill 2 rooms a month and they advertise. Yep, Beatrice clucked her tongue. Maybe that's why they advertise? Mia grinned. I'd use the money to upgrade the condition of their rooms first before spending it on advertising. You're packed all the time and they never fill their rooms. There must be something wrong with their products. Jasmine shrugged. I'll take a look tomorrow while I'm there. Maybe I can give them some feedback. Mia winced. Whether or not they welcome it. Jasmine waved a set of keys in front of the camera. They left me the keys to take Bertram through. I think they trust me. Beatrice chuckled. Trust has nothing to do with what they did and whether they deserve your feedback. Their family has been there for decades. But when disaster happened, they dropped you the keys, left town, and let you handle the police. Jasmine sipped her tea, smiled, and said nothing. Beatrice had never gotten along well with that family. All right, so tomorrow, Mia, can you talk to Landon about the body? I'll stall Bertram for as long as I can. Keep me posted. And Beatrice, can you contact Bob the handyman for me? His phone was out of range all day. I need to get the pothole in my driveway fixed. On it, Beatrice grinned. Checking out now, she said and logged off. What's your plan for tonight, Jasmine? There's something you didn't tell Beatrice. She smiled at Mia, who was as sharp as usual. I'm going to devise some kind of test to see whether Bertram is susceptible to magic and if he's open to the paranormal. But I want to do it my way. Beatrice isn't the only one who can wield magic in this town. Mia smiled and nodded. Bye, Jasmine. She logged off. Jasmine took a few more minutes to enjoy her tea and then went to the kitchen. She could create a heavenly dinner in 20 minutes with what she had on hand. 22 minutes later, she walked up the Merlot block with the dinner secured in a picnic basket. Chapter 3. Landon switched off the light in his office and called it a day. His work here didn't keep him as busy as his duties in the hospital, but he still sometimes needed to put in a late night. He guessed the discrepancy in the workload between the morgue and the main hospital was normal, whether he worked in a small town or in a large city. The number of people who needed medical care always outnumbered those who needed a spot in a morgue. That was, of course, for an obvious reason. Dead people didn't know what they needed anymore, and those who ended up in the morgue usually didn't have relatives or anyone who cared for them. This was the first time he had received a body from an active crime scene. Not that there wasn't any deadly crime occurring in the area. Sometimes criminals even used small towns just outside the city as dump sites for bodies. But since the town was only 40 minutes' drive from Melbourne City, the bodies from cases that involved the Central Police would usually be transported straight into the city. He sighed and thought of the dead female body from the B&B. He had never seen anything like it before. The body was half changed between a human and some kind of furry animal. It was lucky they called him first instead of the Central Police. The B&B owners had abandoned the premises, left the keys to Jasmine, and fled the town. He couldn't blame them. When Beatrice called him, she told him the half-animal was a form of werewolf. He was a paranormal empathizer, but he had his limits. His knowledge of and sympathy toward the paranormal pretty much came from all the supernatural novels he had read and movies he'd watched. He'd never seen anything paranormal in real life. Beatrice and Jasmine had been telling him they were witches. He took their word for it. He'd seen Beatrice perform some magic tricks, but he had to admit he couldn't tell the difference between the magic she did and what he saw when he went to the circus. If Jasmine claimed her meals were magic, that was something he would definitely believe. But apart from that, the paranormal community they'd mentioned, the one they said would need his support, had existed only in fiction. But now, the paranormal world was as real as it could get. As he reached the end of the corridor and was about to exit to the car park, he heard a crash from the morgue. He knew the dead weren't responsible for it because he was quite sure they had no need of what he had in there. But it wouldn't be the first time some junkies from the city broke into a medical center to steal meds. Landon would rather deal with paranormal creatures, whatever they might be, than addicts once the drugs took control of them. He did what he thought he would never do in a situation like this. He returned to the morgue. No cash or drugs are kept here if that's what you're looking for. A large shadow standing in the darkness turned toward him. The light switch conveniently chose that moment not to work for him, and the only reason he saw the large shadow was because of the dim light from the medical equipment and the temperature control panel. To Landon, the shadow looked more ape than human, over 6 feet tall and bulky. He backed up toward the door from which he had entered, hoping to make a getaway, but it had slammed shut behind him. A dead body in a bag draped over the shoulder of the ape-shaped shadow. "Look, if you want to take this one, help yourself. I don't think the dead care. I don't know who you are, and I won't tell anyone about this. I didn't see a thing, okay?" He tugged at the handle of the door again. It didn't budge. The shadow lay the body down onto a bench. Then it charged at him. Landon had no first-hand experience of being hit by a truck, but he knew this was what it must feel like. His body was slammed into the wall so hard he could hear his bones rattle. Then he dropped to the cold cement floor. A quick mental medical examination of himself told him that he might have a broken rib or two, and his left shoulder was dislocated. But he knew his head and neck was still attached to his shoulders. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to think right now. He couldn't move or speak to negotiate with the attacker. His body wasn't obeying him. Maybe staying silent and playing dead was a better strategy. Or maybe he was dead. He lay still, his eyes closed, and heard the clanking sound of his metal mortician's tools being dropped into a plastic bag. It didn't take too much thought on his part to know it was a body bag. Whoever was in the room was trying to steal a body and all his medical equipment. He pressed his eyes shut and kept still until consciousness left him. Chapter 4. Jasmine reached the top of the Merlot block. Vines and Soul Resort was built more like a sanctuary than a commercial luxury resort. There were 12 cabins altogether, scattered throughout the vineyard. Although it felt to guests as if they stayed among the vines, they didn't. The vines were precious and needed to be protected from any kind of contamination. It didn't matter how old and sturdy they were. Once contamination occurred, it meant the end of the vines. The cabins sat on blocks separate from the vines, but they were sandwiched on either side by the blocks where the vines were located, all of which were named after grape varietals. The cabin Jasmine put Bertram in was at the top of the Merlot block, and thus, naturally, it was called the Merlot cabin. It was only a 1-minute walk from the restaurant to the Merlot cabin. It wasn't a long enough time for her to come up with a way to test whether Bertram was susceptible to magic. He could be a non-believer, but if his psyche was accepting of magic, then there was a chance they could convert him into an empathizer. But if he didn't accept it, then even if he saw magic with his own eyes, he'd end up hating it. She had some tricks up her sleeve to test him. Some of them were more intrusive than others, and using magic on someone without consent left a bad taste in her mouth. She began to turn into the private entrance of the cabin, but then she stopped. Bertram had opened the window and was leaning outside with his cell phone, trying to get a phone connection. He had no chance for central cell coverage out here. She had totally forgotten to give him the information about their private network. In the grand scheme of things, telling him about the resort's free cell phone service was the last thing on her mind. But what had caught her attention first and brought her steps to a complete halt was the fact that Bertram was shirtless. He was well over 6'2" and lean, with well-toned muscles that formed a six-pack on his abdomen when he arched over the windowsill, leaning further outside to get a phone signal. She blinked and tried to shake off her distracting and inappropriate thoughts. That was when he saw her. "Damn, there's no cell phone coverage out here, Bertram." Seeing her, he pulled himself back inside, put his shirt back on, leaving it unbuttoned, and opened the door. "Sorry, I was just trying to do some work." He tapped on the phone helplessly and then pointed at his laptop. I was just about to hotspot my computer. Can't do that now without a network. She put the picnic basket on the table. Give me your phone. He handed her the phone. She opened the Note app and typed in the network information. Then she handed it back to him. It's a private network we use in the vineyard. Thank you, he said, looking at the network icon blinking on his phone. He put the phone away and buttoned his shirt. His eyes lit up at the sight of the dinner as soon as she opened the cover of the basket. Well, it's too late for you to go into town central, so I put something quick together. Nothing fancy. I'll take you out for dinner tomorrow night. She smiled at him. Sure, I'll pick a suitable place. For tonight, this is prawn cocktail and mango salad, pasta with wild mushrooms in red wine and garlic, and dark chocolate cake. She put a bottle on the table. And our signature Shiraz. This is your quick meal? The pasta and the salad are easy to make, and I cheated with the chocolate cake. I made it last night. Right, sure. He helped set the table and pulled a chair over for her. I saw the light at the back of the restaurant. Is that where you're staying tonight? No, that's my office. I grabbed the Chardonnay cabin just behind yours. The vineyard isn't at full capacity tonight. She watched him as he moved. Very efficient, every movement precise and with purpose. Almost as if he did a mental calculation of the best route to go from A to B and the quickest way to get it done. Maybe it was a professional hazard of being a detective. She sat down at the table after he said it. Which part of England did you come from? I can never shake the accent, can I? She smiled. I was a London girl before I came here. I traveled a lot, so it's hard to pinpoint the place I would call home. She poured the wine. But I must say, I feel that I belong here. He swirled the glass lightly 3 times on the table before smelling the wine and taking the first sip. She smiled. He knew his food and wine. What she served him wouldn't be wasted. He looked as if he approved of the wine. This is perfect to balance the sweetness of the mango and prawn salad, and it gets us ready for the pasta. I suspect you didn't use tomato sauce out of a bottle. She smiled, leaned back, and sipped her wine. Tell me, what do you think I cooked the pot? She saw a quirk at the corner of his lips. He took this as a challenge. He put a small portion of pasta on his plate and tasted. Then he frowned. The pasta is full of flavor, but there's no sauce. How did you do that? She smiled. That's my secret. Then she spooned a dinner-sized proportion onto his plate. I learned the technique at a French kitchen I worked in a long time ago, and I added a few twists of my own to make it mine. Jasmine's secret recipe, he said with a grin. I don't use recipes per se. What do you mean? I've been doing this for a long time. I create what feels right for the occasion and for the people sharing the meals with me. As the situation changes, people's moods change. I don't see the point of sticking to formulas and assuming they'll work for all occasions and for everyone. Sure, there are basic ingredients, but my kitchen rule is no scale, no fail. That means there are no logical rules applied in your kitchen. There doesn't have to be a logical explanation for everything. Suddenly, Bertram's image wavered in front of her. A storm of emotions washed over her. Fear, confusion. She heard Bertram call out to her, but his voice seemed to echo in the distance. She knew what was happening. Her psychic channel had spontaneously kicked in at a very inconvenient time. She could sometimes track people's emotions, and she was paying dearly right now for that unstable ability she couldn't control. Sometimes it triggered when she didn't expect it and connected her to random people. This time, however, it wasn't a random person. She felt Landon's emotions, or lack thereof. They came out strong, then faded rapidly. It felt to her like he was drowning or dying. She could feel the cold of the morgue floor. She could feel his pain. She could hear the humming of supernatural creatures. "Landon!" she said out loud as she was yanked back to her reality. She was floating. No, Bertram was carrying her in his arms, and they were out of the cabin. She realized she had passed out. This wasn't the first time her psychic ability had played tricks on her, but she had never passed out because of it. "Put me down, Bertram, please." "You need to go to the hospital," he said, but he still put her down as she asked. He kept a hand on her shoulder to ensure she was steady. She pulled out her cell phone, and as soon as Mia picked up, she said, "Mia, Landon is in trouble. I can sense him. He's at work. I'll go there right now, and I'll call Beatrice. Do you want me to pick you up?" "No, there's no time." "Okay, I'll call you when I get there. Bye now." Jasmine put the phone away and could see the concern in Bertram's eyes. "I'm taking you to the hospital," he said. "That's not negotiable. 1 second you're talking, and the next second you're on the floor. The very second you're back up, you're on the phone about the trouble you sense Landon is facing, whatever that means. I don't need a logical explanation for this because I have a feeling you wouldn't give it to me. But I need to hear from a doctor that you're okay. I'm the police, and that's my protocol. You're a citizen in need of assistance." She sighed. "Fine, hospital then." This could be handy, she thought. She drove her car into a ditch last week, so she was carless. The morgue was in the basement of the hospital. If Bertram drove her there, she might be able to sneak down and see if Landon was okay. If she could somehow lose Bertram during the process so that he wouldn't see the half-transformed body in the morgue. Chapter 5. Jasmine hopped up from the medical examination bench immediately after the doctor finished her exam. She disliked everything about medical centers. The smells, the sounds, and even the aura of the place. "Could you tell the detective in the waiting room that I'm okay? He brought me here and he won't leave unless you clear me." Jasmine grinned, but she had the odd feeling that Dr. Cindy Zibble wouldn't readily do what she had just suggested. Having known Cindy for a long time, Jasmine usually got a vibe of when she wasn't going to get what she wanted from the doctor. "That's not procedure. Cindy, come on, please, I'll owe you a pesto pasta lunch." Jasmine swallowed and waited. She wished she could just tell Cindy what was going on with her psychic sense and her precognition about Landon. But she couldn't. Telling a mundane human about the supernatural, especially those who preferred a logical explanation for everything, was akin to shooting yourself in the foot. You'd be put in the loony bin and never be invited into a conversation with them again. "That's low, Jasmine. Your pesto pasta is my favorite, but still, I can't clear you because you're not okay." "You just said I'm fine." "Your blood level is unstable. You're fine now, but it could drop suddenly and significantly. That's why you fainted." "Right, so if I promise not to drive and I monitor my blood level and check back with you until you're happy, will that do?" She nodded. "But no driving until I clear you." Thinking about her car in the garage, Jasmine sighed. "Sure, no driving. You got it." As soon as Cindy went out to look for Bertram, Jasmine sneaked out of the room, made a beeline to the other end of the corridor, and rushed downstairs to the basement. She knew where to find her friends. At the basement level, Mia and Beatrice paced back and forth in front of the morgue, hands waving in the air. They turned toward her as she raced over. "How's Landon?" "He was hurt, but alive. He's recovering in the ER upstairs," Beatrice said. "Where in the ER? I didn't see him." Mia frowned. "Why were you in the ER?" "That's not important." When she saw Mia's stern stare, she said, "Okay, I passed out. Bertram made me go to the ER." "You passed out?" Beatrice and Mia chorused. "I know. I could just connect and feel things before without any drama. This has never happened before. This time, I had an episode. I saw Landon. No, I didn't see him. I felt his emotions. Apparently, I passed out when it happened." "I have to take a good look at that, Jasmine. Can we have a session after this?" Mia asked. "Yes, she agrees," Beatrice said. Jasmine glared at her friend. "Thank you, Beatrice and Dr. Lee." Then she sighed. She knew her friends were just worried about her. "Yes, of course. Thanks. I understand." She pointed her chin at the morgue. "Were you two arguing about the body?" "If we have it," Beatrice said and pointed at the door leading to the morgue. Mia glanced down the corridor to make sure no one was around. Jasmine stepped toward the door of the morgue. "Don't, Jasmine," Mia said quickly. We were here at the same time security and the people upstairs figured out what happened to Landon down here. They took him upstairs. We took the chance to check out our body of interest. The morgue was a mess, and the body was missing. Missing! Jasmine gasped. I sensed fear and pain from Landon, so whoever took the body messed up the morgue, hurt Landon, and stole the body. But why? This was an outsider job. It wasn't the locals, and it definitely wasn't anyone from the coven, Beatrice said. Agreed, said Mia. Jasmine shook her head. I can't conclude that the killer is an outsider based on what happened, but they obviously want to hide the body from the human police. Just like we do. Landon isn't liked by everyone in the human community, but there are ways to handle it without hurting a paranormal sympathizer. Mia frowned. So you're saying a human used this murder as an opportunity to hurt Landon? Apart from us and the owners of the B&B, he was the only person who knew the real condition of the body. He must have told someone about it. Beatrice's eyes widened. Look at what we have coming, she said between her teeth. What a good friend you are, Jasmine. You didn't tell us your detective is such a looker. Jasmine turned around to look. Bertram approached from the far end of the corridor. He smiled, but she could tell he was unhappy and perhaps slightly angry. How does he know I'm down here? She asked no one in particular. Mia winked. Maybe he's a psychic like you. She smiled at him. Bertram, Dr. Zibble cleared me, and my friends have just arrived for Landon. This is Beatrice. This is Mia. And girls, this is Detective Bertram Hayes. As they shook hands, Jasmine saw Bertram's eyes land on the door of the morgue. Beatrice made a quick and subtle move with her right hand, and a tape appeared, sealing the door with a tag that said, "Crime scene. Do not enter." Bertram frowned at the seal. Jasmine was sure he was susceptible to Beatrice's magic. That was why he had seen a dog and not a lizard at the vineyard. She smiled discreetly at Beatrice. She had sealed the door to buy them some time. Her quick thinking this time was helpful. Even if Bertram wanted to see the body now, he would need to get someone in authority to give him permission. Jasmine saw that thread of thought in Bertram's mind, but it disappeared quickly and was replaced by a concern about her. She stopped peeking into his mind. It was a violation of people's privacy, and she didn't stomach that well. Bertram looked at her. Dr. Zibble told me you're not allowed to drive for at least a week. She also asked me to let you know that your friend Landon is awake upstairs. If you want, you can visit him now. Then I'll take you home. Jasmine nodded and turned to go upstairs. She glanced quickly at Mia and Beatrice as they walked with her. Bertram was right behind them. She'd had the conversation with Beatrice that afternoon about Landon not agreeing to help, but he hadn't been briefed at all about Bertram. The fact that Bertram might ask him questions now and not tomorrow might be problematic. The missing half-werewolf, half-human body might be the least of their problems. Chapter 6. The walk to the ER where Landon was felt like the road to eternity. Beatrice and Mia flanked her sides, and Bertram was right behind her. How can I lose him and buy some time to brief Landon? She concentrated and searched her mind for a solution, but nothing came to her. Although focused on the task at hand, she noticed the hospital was buzzing with an unusual amount of paranormal energy. Her fingertips itched, and she sensed that trouble was coming. Jasmine glanced around quickly. Except for the supernatural energy surge, nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. There were different kinds of paranormal creatures, and Jasmine divided them into mental and physical to help her explain them to the mundane humans. The physical ones were easy to describe. They changed their physical shape. Simply put, they were shapeshifters. Whatever form they took, humans were able to see them. The mental ones were tricky. They were either ghosts or creatures from another plane of physics, and they weren't visible to ordinary humans unless they chose to make themselves seen. Bertram said the doctors had put Landon in a private room. That was why she hadn't seen him in the common area, and she knew where that room was located. It was in the direction that she saw a group of doctors racing toward right now. What is going on? She wondered. She tried to ask her friends, but nothing came out of her mouth. Jasmine slowed down for several reasons, the most obvious one being that it felt like she was wearing lead shoes. The world around her seemed to be moving much too fast. She was breathless. She needed to communicate with her friends. "Do you feel anything different?" she asked Beatrice and Mia, not expecting an answer. Witches, sorcerers, and necromancers fit somewhere in between paranormal creatures and ordinary humans. They had supernatural talents or skills. Some were born with their talent and could practice to improve it. Some could learn the skills and then practice, kind of like what one does when learning a profession. Beatrice wasn't a natural witch. She learned and practiced, but she was so good at what she did that, to Jasmine, she seemed more supernatural than human. Mia was a deadliner in a shapeshifter family, which meant she couldn't shift or do anything supernatural. She was so far down the deadline that Jasmine saw her as more human than paranormal, but Mia understood the supernatural well because it was in her DNA. Something's wrong. Jasmine felt breathless again. A blast of cold air washed over her. She got flashes of Landon's pain and the incredible heat he was feeling. Something was setting him on fire, and he was suffocating. But unlike a normal situation where she could easily tell her friends about it, right now she couldn't say much. She placed her hands on her knees, trying to breathe. She couldn't quite hear what Beatrice, Mia, and Bertram were saying, but she guessed they were concerned. Bertram glanced all around, probably looking for a doctor. At this hour, however, there weren't many still on duty. She needed to speak. She tried again. "Bertram, I'm okay. Let the doctors work on Landon." He stopped, turned, and looked at her. She didn't quite understand what was going on with her body, but she was freezing. "You're ice cold," Beatrice said. "Let me sit down for a bit," she said, and felt Mia and Beatrice guiding her toward a long bench in the ER waiting room. Jasmine ignored what was going on around her. She sat with her face in her hands and her elbows resting on her knees. She concentrated and reached out to Landon. The heat of the supernatural source around him was incredible. He was giving up. Jasmine channeled the icy cold she felt in her body to the source of heat around Landon, something she'd never done before. In her mind, she imagined the cold she felt to be a giant block of ice, and she used it to crush the imagined ball of heat surrounding Landon. A massive explosion came out from between her ice and the heat ball. Then the heat was gone. And so was the frigid cold in her body. She stood up. Bertram said nothing, but she knew he observed her every move. She ignored that for now. Jasmine's parents were witches, so regardless of her low skill level, she assumed she was a natural witch. But there were things Jasmine could do that were not in the usual witch's toolkit. Mind tracking was one of those things. That skill would normally include being able to read everything in the mind, but Jasmine could only track emotions. Her parents told her that with practice, she could grow that skill and it would make her unique. But she refused to grow that skill. She didn't know why she should want to be unique. After all, wasn't being born a witch weird enough? There was another set of skills she had that she knew was strange, so much so that she kept it a secret and her parents didn't even know about it. She didn't tell them because she was afraid that if they knew about it, they'd force her to practice until she became the weirdest of the weird. They approached the ER and saw Cindy step out. "I'm afraid you can't talk to him now. He needs to rest." "What happened?" Mia asked. "He was burning up with fever and had a seizure. He actually flatlined. But then he cooled down instantly as if someone just washed all the heat away. I don't have an explanation for what happened, but I suggest you let him rest." Cindy looked at Bertram. "I understand that the police might want to interview him, but it will have to wait until tomorrow." Bertram smiled. "I never intended to do that tonight, Dr. Zibble." The doctor nodded and rushed away to answer another emergency call. "We'll take you home, Jasmine," Mia said. "I can stay over to make sure you're okay," Beatrice said. Jasmine shook her head. "I'm all right. I'd prefer to have a quiet night. I'll see you two tomorrow morning." Mia and Beatrice nodded reluctantly. A short moment later, Bertram drove out of the hospital parking lot with Jasmine in the passenger seat. "I'd like to stay at my house," she told him. She expected an objection, but he nodded. Sure, and since we can't drive on the internal roads of the vineyard, I will walk you home. There was no point in her refusing his offer. Thanks. She shoved her hands into the pockets of her jacket. While the icy cold blast had left her body, some of that cold remained in her fingers. Her fingertips still tingled. It would be 10 minutes before they arrived at the vineyard. Jasmine said nothing, trying to enjoy the peaceful calm of the night. She figured Bertram wouldn't ask her now about what he had seen at the hospital. But sooner or later, in the next 24 hours, he'd want an explanation. And that was on top of the big question of who had killed the woman in the B&B next to her vineyard, and why the body had conveniently gone missing overnight. Chapter 7. Jasmine opened her eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the sunlight that brushed across her face. She lay still for a few seconds, enjoying the peacefulness. She listened to the sound of the birds chirping and heard the faint sound of the pump starting up the irrigation system that watered the vineyards. Pump. Irrigation. She didn't normally hear that sound from her bed. She scrambled to her feet. She hadn't gone home last night. From the looks of things, she'd only had time to kick off her shoes before sleep claimed her. She glanced around and exhaled a sigh of relief. Bertram had driven back to the vineyards. She was exhausted and he was starving. Apparently, she'd passed out during a psychic episode before he had a chance to eat anything more than a single prawn in the salad. So instead of letting him walk her back to her place and then come back for his cold, stale dinner, she'd grabbed the Chardonnay cabin and crashed for the night. Putting her shoes back on, she made a beeline from the Chardonnay block to a small road behind one of the cellars and headed home. Traveling that way, she wouldn't have to pass the front of the Merlot cabin. She was halfway home when she saw Bob sealing a broken pipe at the intersection of the Riesling and Sauvignon blocks. Bob Luca was the handyman she'd meant to call to fix the pothole in the driveway at the entrance to the vineyard. He looked up as he heard her footsteps. "You were at the restaurant early today, Jasmine." His comment didn't come as a surprise because she was coming from the direction of the restaurant, and she rarely went there until late morning. "Good morning, Bob. Sorry I missed you on Friday. I wanted to ask you to fix the pothole at the entrance." He grinned. "The nasty pothole in the driveway. I saw that. I'll patch it up before dark today. If I do it now, it will be driven on during the day, and the cement will never have a chance to dry." "Thank you, and thanks for fixing the irrigation. Be sure to get Lisa to issue the payment before this Friday. I've already told her to give you the full amount in cash. Don't worry about giving us a discount." She waved her goodbye and continued on her way. "No matter what people say, I trust you," he said from behind her. "And I know you're not that kind of people, Jasmine." She turned around. "Excuse me?" Bob stood and looked her in the eyes. He was in his late 30s and had come to Gisborne a few months ago after being laid off from a construction company in the city. He had rented a small room in the next suburb over to look around the area for a job. If he hadn't found enough work, he would have moved back with his family in Geelong. But between the vineyards in Gisborne and the residential areas in the surrounding suburbs, sufficient work flowed in to keep him afloat, so he'd decided to stick around. With the murder in the B&B, people talk, you know, but I never believe them. I'm on your side, Jasmine. Just want to let you know. What are people saying? He shrugged. The B&B is your competition. Do people really think I'd kill a tourist to destroy the clientele of the competition and advance my business? Well, they didn't exactly say that. It may have been an accident or something, but, you know, it was your bottle of wine. Sorry, I meant it was a bottle of wine that was made by your vineyard. Bob obviously didn't know anything about wine. Bob, that bottle was a very expensive variety of wine and a label that this vineyard stopped making long before I came here. Right. I'm sorry. I mean, people talk. I just wanted to let you know that when you hear something and think I'm signed up with them, I'm not. Okay. But who are they? He rubbed the tip of his clunky work boot against a Riesling pole. If you keep doing that, Bob, that 5-year-old pole is going to fall over. When you said people talk, who are those people? If you trust me, then tell me who told you about the bottle and made the allegation. He nodded, contemplated a bit, and then said, "It was Barb. I didn't ask her anything. We share a house. You know that. She just said something when I bumped into her yesterday." Jasmine nodded. He was right in calling Barbara people. She was the hub of all the human gossip in town. If the locals bought Barbara's story, she would have the whole town taking this incident the wrong way. This sort of gossip would be picked up quickly by the paranormal community, and when it was, there would be trouble storming her way. The gossip didn't bother Jasmine. What bothered her was the kind of person Barbara was. She was the site manager for the B&B. She'd come to town a couple of years ago and applied for a job at Vines and Soul Resort. Jasmine didn't think she was the right person for the job, so she gave the job to Lisa, which turned out to be one of the better decisions she had made throughout the years. Barbara was holding a grudge against her. Considering the recent murder and the fact that the B&B might shut down forever, thus putting Barbara on the job market again, it was unlikely that Barbara's sentiment toward Jasmine could be improved. "I understand. Thanks for telling me, Bob. Most of the people in town are very sensible and won't listen to Barb, but thank you for believing me." Bob nodded and gestured toward a crooked pole at the end of the block. "I'll straighten that one up and then come back just before dusk to fix the driveway." "Thanks again. Come by the restaurant. I'll fix you some lunch." She smiled and waved at him again before scurrying home. She hadn't even reached her doorstep when her phone rang. As much as she hoped that it was either Beatrice or Mia who called, she knew that wasn't the case. She picked up and said, "Samuel, how can I help?" Because she knew exactly who it was and what he would say. Samuel Lopez held the highest-ranking position in the coven. The Spanish-born wizard hadn't come to Gisborne much before Jasmine. But the key was, even if he was only one day senior to her, he had arrived and had overseen the coven before she got there. He was the leader. In human terms, she was his deputy. Also in human terms, being a deputy was a role where one did all the work without getting any credit for it. "Have you found out who killed the werewolf at the B&B? I've got coven leaders calling me from all over the place. This whole thing shines a bad light on our coven." "Samuel, I know the characters on the murder mystery TV shows you watch can solve a murder case in 40 minutes. But in real life, it takes days or even months to solve a case. And there are cases that have never been solved. It's been barely 72 hours since the murder. I have the human police breathing down my neck and the human gossip community poking into my business and making stuff up about me. Why can't you for once just do your job and keep the paranormal community at bay for a few days to buy me some time? So you've got nothing for me?" She rolled her eyes and decided not to waste her breath with an explanation. "Nope. Okay, I think I've done you a favor with the body. Hang on, you stole the body?" "No, Jasmine. I sent someone to do it." "Samuel, you need to discuss these actions with me beforehand. You told me you wanted me to handle the paranormal community. Yes, but not by hiding a body that had already been reported to the Central Human Police. And not by beating up the one and only medical examiner and paranormal sympathizer we have." "What? I didn't do anything to hurt Landon." "You didn't try to burn him last night?" "No, why would I do that? Look, Jasmine, I don't know what's going on at your end, but I have the body. Let me know how you want me to handle it. The half-completed transformation looks really bad, and I tried, but there's nothing I can do to hide it. So if you want to show this to the human police, be prepared with some kind of explanation they'll buy." Chapter 8. Jasmine looked through the glass doors and frowned at the buzzing restaurant before her. Maybe she was being paranoid, but Vines and Soul restaurant wasn't usually busy for breakfast. They catered to the guests in the cabins, and the resort wasn't at full capacity this week. Maybe the whole town had turned up to see how she was handling the murder investigation. Her cheeks burned when she stepped into the restaurant. People stared at her. She told herself it was just her imagination, but still, as soon as she saw Bertram sitting at a table by the window, she headed straight there without stopping at the counter to say hello to Lisa, her site manager. Bertram wore a dark-colored shirt made of a soft material that flattered the definition in the upper body muscles she had seen by accident yesterday. Even though the shirt covered his bare skin, she couldn't get that image out of her mind. He was gorgeous. She was so distracted by the thought that she had to give herself a mental slap to bring herself back to the present. He stood and pulled out a chair for her. She sat and glanced quickly at his breakfast. She refrained from commenting on the 2 pieces of sourdough bread, the breakfast cereals, and the coffee Bertram had ordered. Cereal wasn't the best choice for him. He should have had a light bread toasted with ham and cheese and tomato juice. The coffee was fine, but it should be consumed afterward and as a stand-alone, not mixed with the breakfast food. He had made his choices from what was on the menu, and there was no way he could have known that there were options that were better for him. She didn't know how she knew that. She just knew. No comments on food, she thought, and gave herself another mental slap. What's wrong with my breakfast cereal? Did I say anything was wrong? He smiled and his eyes twinkled. She noted the unusual color of his eyes, not quite black, not quite brown. And there was a colder shade there as well, maybe deep blue. No, but your eyes said it. Next time, I'll wait for you to recommend something for me. She smiled at him. Did you sleep well? He nodded. Very well. What about you? I always sleep well. Lisa came over and set a plate with fruit on the table. The usual, she said with a smile. Jasmine knew Lisa had looked at the books and knew who Bertram was and which cabin he was in. She would have already introduced herself and made acquaintance. That was one of the reasons she had employed Lisa and not Barbara. No matter how much Barbara resented her for it, if Jasmine had to make the choice again, she would still choose Lisa. Could I have a coffee now, Lisa? Lisa frowned. You're not having breakfast? You only drink coffee by itself and after meals. I need coffee now, please. Lisa sighed, nodded, and headed toward the coffee machine. Bertram spread butter and jam on his toast. Aside from 5 olives late afternoon and a couple of prawns in the salad before dinner, I bet you've not had much else to eat since yesterday. You think I'm counting calories? She asked. He smiled. It's a professional hazard. You're about 5'11". With all your clothes on plus the bag, I doubt you'd hit 60 kilograms. So, no, I don't think you need to count calories. Commenting on a woman's weight is treading dangerous water. But I'd stick my neck out and say you need more than fruit and coffee for breakfast. If I need to take you to the hospital every half hour because you fainted, it would really affect my working schedule on this case. You're on a schedule? He smiled. No, not exactly, but my boss wants the case, if there is a case, solved ASAP. What do you mean by if there is a case? He sipped his coffee and smiled at her. Oh, that's right, she said. You're not supposed to talk to me about the case. I might be one of your suspects. Understood. He smiled again, and she wished he wouldn't do that because it distracted her. The first part is accurate, but the second part is not. You are not one of my suspects. She nodded. All right, then, that means you don't yet have a list of suspects, and everyone who has even a remote motive might be a suspect. He looked at her over the rim of his coffee cup. His eyes twinkled with intrigue, but he used the coffee as an excuse for not giving her immediate response. And for that, she thought, he deserved to have coffee mixed with a poor choice of breakfast cereal and orange juice. After you finish, I'll take you to the B&B. I've called their site manager. I have the keys to the premises because the owners of the B&B left them with me. The site manager will meet us there. Thank you, Jasmine. She's the one who discovered the body, right? That's what I was told, but you can ask her yourself. He nodded. Just one thing I think you should know, she continued. Barbara had previously applied for a job here, and I didn't hire her. Ah, so you're not on her list of those to be invited to her parties? He grinned. Jasmine sighed. I'd never want to go to her parties, but she has a small community she's close to. They kind of communicate with each other a lot. So if you need to interview her friends and her network, you might want to take the information they give you with a grain of salt. Noted. Thank you. He locked eyes with her. Did you see the body? No, they called me, but I told them to call the hospital. Landon, to be precise. Bertram frowned. I understand that you live right next door, but when there's a dead body involved, wouldn't calling the police be the first course of action?" She shrugged. "I have no control over their actions, Bertram. All I know is that they called me. And because I am currently without car, I told them to call Landon. I couldn't go there to check on them, so I called Beatrice and Mia. They arrived at the same time as Landon, so they saw the body. I might live next door, but considering the size of this property, by the time I walked there, the body might have begun to decompose. I decided to stay here and let them come to me after they finished doing what they needed to do." "And you are carless because?" "I drove into a ditch last week. My car is at the garage." Bertram finished the last drop of his coffee. "Let's go to the B&B then. Then, after that, I'd like to go to the morgue. I want to take a look at the body. And Dr. Zibble called me this morning. Landon is awake and can take an interview." Chapter 9. Mia turned into a small public car park where her office building had a spot reserved for her. Regardless of how small the town of Gisborne was, having a private car park right in front of the office on the main street wasn't an affordable option. She had cleared her schedule of human clients and didn't plan to work in the office today, but she needed some notes about a cold case, so she had come in. It would have been a lot more efficient if she had electronic files of her notes, but her ingrained habit of taking notes by hand was hard to let go. That was how she processed information. She loved the feel of paper, the smell of ink, and the sound of the pen tip brushing against the surface of the paper fiber when she wrote. Her senses were super sharp, and she knew it. She might be the deadliner of a shapeshifter family and have no supernatural ability, but she knew her senses were special, and she intended to hang on to them for as long as she could. She hesitated before inserting the key into the lock to open her office door. Next to Dr. Mia Lee's name tag on the door was a cartoon figure of a rabbit head. Its long ears pointed into the air, and it had two gigantic front teeth sticking out of its mouth that looked as if they could bite a lot more than carrots. She recognized the drawing and couldn't help but smile. She turned around. "Lucienne," she said, even before she saw her cousin, whom she hadn't seen for over 6 years, leaning against the column to her left with his legs crossed at the ankles. He smiled at her. He had changed a lot in 6 years. His father had married a Norwegian woman from a famous Viking family. The mix of supernatural blood and human warrior blood had made Lucian as gorgeous as a warrior right out of a comic book. But Mia knew her cousin better than anyone. He had bulked up a lot and looked a lot like a warrior, but there was not a single fighting bone in his body. If her memory served her correctly, he was an oil painting artist. "My beautiful Mia." He came over to her and gave her a bear hug, almost lifting her off the ground. "How long have you been in town?" "About a week. I stayed in Melbourne, though." She rolled her eyes. "Like 40 minutes away. Why didn't you call me?" "Where's the fun and surprise in that?" She opened her office door. "Come on in. I'll grab what I need, and then we can get out of here. I'll buy you lunch." He frowned. "You're not working today?" She smiled at him. "That's the beauty of being your own boss. I cleared my schedule for the day. I need to help Jasmine with something. Consider yourself lucky." "Jasmine?" he said with a purring sound. Mia slapped his shoulder. "Stop that. Remember your broken nose?" "Seriously, she's still going out with that guy?" "No, they broke up a year ago, but that doesn't mean you'd have a chance with her." Lucienne smiled. "My heart is broken. You're supposed to be on my side." "Well, that's how I take your side. She will break your heart, and I love you too much to let that happen." He laughed. "I love you too, Mia, and don't worry, I've grown out of my crush on Jasmine." "Great. What about you? Seeing someone?" "That's none of your business." She pinched his nose lightly. "How's that fair? You interfere with my love affair and I can't talk about yours?" "That's because you're my baby wolf cousin." He rolled his eyes. "I'm not a baby anymore, and I'm older than you are." Mia glanced around to ensure nobody was nearby. "Not in supernatural age. We're both young and inexperienced. Mia, we're both deadliners. The wolfing stuff is out of the picture." "You never know. It's in our blood, Lucian." Mia checked to be sure she had all the notes she needed. "Let's get out of here." They walked back toward her car. Mia glanced around the empty car park. "How did you get here?" "I took the train from the city, then a taxi here." She grinned. "You still backpack around Europe?" He chuckled. "Kinda. I'm still touring around, just without the backpack. I've upgraded to suitcases." She backed out of the car park. "We'll have lunch at Vines and Soul if you wish, now that I've established you no longer have a crush on Jasmine." "Will she cook for me?" "Well, if you put that grin of yours away, she might. She doesn't cook for the restaurant, though. She manages it. Still, you know her. She's in control down to the sort of cabbage they use in the kitchen. She hasn't changed at all, has she? What about Beatrice? Still loving dogs?" "Yep, she got pretty serious about it. She has her own vet school now." "Wow, good thing we aren't real werewolves, or it might be confusing for her." Mia laughed. "So what are you doing these days for a living?" "I still paint. I have an exhibit in Melbourne. That's why I'm here." Mia united her eyebrows. "You're not LL by any chance, are you?" He grinned. "Oh my God, that's you?" "Yep. The Worlds of LL was my agent's idea, and they made me do all the digital art stuff because it's a trend, so to speak. I don't get to do much of my oil painting anymore. I just want to keep a low profile and do what I love. But I guess this is their bread and butter, so they keep pushing the promotion and marketing." "Wow, that's a very big deal, Lucian. Congratulations." He shrugged. "I'm still the same." "I know. But this is something to be proud of. This is great." He said nothing but looked out the window. "What's up? Your dad doesn't approve?" His eyes darkened. "I don't need his approval." "Of course you don't. Look, don't worry about any of that, Lucian. We love you and your art in whatever form it might be. As long as you're happy, you have our support. You can come stay with me or Beatrice or even at Jasmine's resort when you want quiet time. Okay? So you suddenly don't mind me hanging around Jasmine anymore?" he said with a little quirk at the corner of his mouth. She punched him lightly on the shoulder. "As long as you behave, Lucian." He nodded his head. "I promise, I'll behave. The exhibit isn't going to happen for another week. Can I lay low here for a few days? No press, no PR, no marketing jazz? Seriously, Lucian, if you hate the limelight that much, why do you do it?" "I don't want to be a starving artist. And once I got on with the commercial world, I realized it's not just me involved. There are others working for a living, and I've got to do the right thing by them. I can't shoot off into the bush and paint what I like without thinking about whether or not I can sell the stuff." Mia looked at Lucian. "You did grow up." He smiled. "It's sad, isn't it?" She nodded. "Okay, here's the plan. You'll stay with me. I have a spare bedroom, or you can stay at Jasmine's resort if you prefer." "I'll stay with you, of course." "Good choice. We'll still go to Vines and Soul for lunch, though." As she made a quick turn, her briefcase tipped over on the back seat of the car. The pile of papers she had put in there had made it too bulky to zip it up, so she left it open. Now the papers spilled out onto the back seat. Lucian turned to the back. He reached over to stop the papers from falling to the floor. "Okay, let me nurse it for you." As he pushed the papers back into the briefcase and brought it to the front passenger seat, Mia noted a white band of skin on his wedding finger, suggesting that there used to be a ring there. Sensing her gaze, he withdrew his hand and sat straight up in his seat. They said nothing else on the way to the vineyard. Chapter 10. Bertram pulled on his latex gloves as he stood at the front of a small room at the B&B where he was told the incident had occurred. Jasmine left him alone to do what he needed to do and went to the reception to call the site manager again. Even though they rarely agreed on anything, Bertram had to admit that his chief, Glenn Williams, had been right all along. When he was assigned to this case, Bertram figured it was for one of two reasons. Glenn knew Bertram hated small towns with a passion, so he could have taken this opportunity to get on his nerves. Or perhaps it was a tricky case Glenn wanted to use to break Bertram's seemingly unbeatable case-solving record. When Glenn said this case was so unusual that he wanted Bertram's opinion on it, Bertram didn't believe a word he said. And unusual was an understatement. He took mental notes of his overall first impression of the crime scene before him, and then began his work. He had what was referred to by his psychologist as a photographic memory, but Bertram knew he made sense of things by much more than recording pictures in his mind. To him, life consisted of stories. Everyone had a story. Everything happened for a reason. All the cases he had worked on had the same narrative structure. If a single piece of the story didn't fit, it usually happened when someone lied, and he just knew somehow. He didn't have to try to remember things, and he didn't take written notes about cases. If things were within the natural order of the story and things made sense, he would remember every detail. The room in front of him told a perfect story. All he needed to do now was to fill in a couple pieces of the puzzle, and he would be done with this case. The roar of a lawnmower caught his attention. Bertram looked out the window. At the back of the B&B, a man on a small tractor was mowing grass. The window faced the backyard of the B&B. It appeared that this was the last room at the back of the property. Beyond the backyard was the bushland, and to the side was a fence belonging to the property next door. The window would serve as the perfect entry, an exit point should someone wish not to alert the reception or anyone at the front of the house. He frowned at the upper corner of the window frame. Poor workmanship there had left a rough, unfinished surface, and if he wasn't mistaken, someone had either gotten a splinter or been scratched by the ragged edge of the wood. He carefully peeled off a splinter of wood where he thought he saw a trace of blood. He bagged and sealed it and then shoved the bag in his jacket pocket. By the look of the crime scene and how it had been processed, he was pretty sure that this small detail had been overlooked. Bertram exited the room and used a side door at the end of the corridor to go to the backyard. When he got closer, Bertram realized that the gardener was mowing the yard of the property next door. The thin wire fence separating the two properties was nearly invisible from inside the house. Noticing Bertram approaching, the gardener stopped the mower and pulled down his noise-canceling headphones, letting them hang around his neck. Bertram introduced himself. The man looked concerned but gave nothing more than his name. Bob Lucas. Do you do the gardening work for the B&B too? Bob shook his head. I'm not a gardener. I do odd jobs for the locals. I did some jobs for the B&B last month. Some plumbing work and some repairs to their irrigation system and roof. Bertram nodded. Do you do woodwork? Bob frowned. Like firewood supply? No, more like carpentry. Bob chuckled. Oh no, I don't have that kind of eye for detail. Putting joints together would drive me insane. I'm more of an outdoor kind of guy. Bertram nodded. Were you in the area on Friday? Bob smiled. No, I was on a job on the other side of town. But one thing I need to tell you, Detective. I share a house with Barb. She goes by Barbara. She manages this B&B. She told me about what happened on Friday. Bertram nodded. It's a small town. This case must have shocked the community. Bob hopped off the ride-on lawnmower. I worked in the city before. I've seen lots of junkies and drunks get killed on the street. But yeah, death by bottle is definitely news here. But whatever they say, Jasmine had nothing to do with it. I mean, what could she have possibly done? Put poison in the bottle of wine? Bertram frowned. You think the victim drank herself to death? Isn't that what death by bottle means? What exactly did Barbara tell you? She said a woman was killed by a bottle of red wine. Am I missing something? I'm not sure. I haven't seen the body. Do you know Jasmine well? I've done lots of jobs for Vines and Soul. She's always generous with her payments and very understanding with the schedule and all. The B&B people aren't so nice. They're not popular in town either. Nobody likes them. And they dumped the keys on Jasmine and took off when this happened. Let me tell you, they're the suspects. Bertram nodded. Thank you for your help, but we can only draw conclusions based on evidence. What are people saying about Jasmine in this case? Bob scowled. I told you she has nothing to do with it. I understand. I just wondered what sort of gossip the town's spreading about her and who might have done the talking. Bertram lowered his voice. You seem to be a good and concerned citizen, so I'm asking you to think. Sometimes this sort of informal information and gossip can shed more light on a case than the evidence at the crime scene. Really? Bertram nodded. After glancing toward the front of the B&B, Bob said, "Barbara doesn't like Jasmine, so I think she spread a rumor in town that Jasmine wanted to kill her competition. People love gossip, and Barbara feeds them what they want. It doesn't matter how crazy it sounds. I mean, she even told me about the incident like I could do anything. I know she just wanted me to spread the story to anyone I know. She's desperate to hurt Jasmine." "How desperate?" "Very. She'd burn down vines." His voice trailed off. "You don't think she killed a woman just to make a scene, do you?" "Oh no, I don't think Barbara's murder material. She can be very petty. She has a big mouth and she can say some pretty bad things. But murder? Nah, I don't think so." Bertram nodded. "Thank you. You've been very helpful." He reached his hand out and over the fence for a handshake. "You don't think Barbara did this, do you? I don't like her, but I don't want to put her in jail or anything." "Don't worry, Bob. Let me take care of the case." Bertram shoved the hand he had just used to shake with Bob into his jacket pocket and took a moment to mentally register this piece of information into the overall arch of the case. Then he headed back into the house. Chapter 11. Jasmine hung up the phone without listening again to the voice message greeting from Barbara's phone. This was just one more reason she thought she had made the right decision not to employ this woman. She didn't even have the courtesy to call Jasmine to tell her she would be late or that she couldn't make the appointment. Standing at the front door of the small B&B, Jasmine glanced back at the bedroom wing and saw that Bertram was still working on his crime scene. He had spent 45 minutes examining the small room, even though there was no longer a dead body there. She didn't know much about the detective, but she knew he was definitely thorough and methodical. He intrigued her. It was tempting to reach out and peek into his emotions right now, but she brushed that thought away and gave herself a third mental slap for the day. It was inappropriate for her to even think about such an action. Jasmine looked out the door and saw Barbara's car pull in and drive up to the entrance of the B&B. Slowly. "No need to hurry. You're only 40 minutes late," Jasmine muttered to herself. The woman stepped out of the car. It took energy for Jasmine to reach out and connect to others emotionally. She didn't usually do that, especially not with those she didn't care for. But sometimes, when a person's emotions were overwhelming, those emotions poured into Jasmine, and she had no choice but to absorb them. She was startled by the amount of anxiety emanating from Barbara and washing over her. She tried to shrug it off. Barbara hurried toward Jasmine. She looked pale, and the bags under her eyes suggested she hadn't slept well the last couple of days. "Sorry, I'm late." "Don't worry about it. The detective is at the scene now. Do you want to set up a table somewhere in reception so that he can talk with you afterward?" "Sure. Yes, I can do that." Barbara hurried toward the waiting area of the reception and pulled a couple of chairs over to the lounge area. She turned on more lights to brighten the space. Jasmine didn't understand why the B&B didn't open up the area with large glass picture windows so that they could capture the view and allow some sunlight in. Instead, the area was closed up and felt even darker because of the thick curtains that hung over the small existing windows. "May I?" Jasmine gestured toward the heavy-duty barista coffee machine. It needed to be warmed properly before use, and she wanted to get it ready in case Bertram wanted coffee. She glanced at the bag of coffee beans, an acceptable brand. That meant she could safely have her espresso shot. Poor quality coffee beans or those from unknown roasters would mean she would have to have it with milk. "Sure, go for it. You're in charge, Jasmine. I'm not with this business anymore." Despite the voice in her head telling her not to care, she looked at Barbara and said, "I guess this isn't an easy time. If you need help, feel free to reach out." Barbara gave her a reluctant smile. "There's nothing you can do, but thank you for offering. The owners aren't coming back. I'll find a job elsewhere." Jasmine nodded. "I'm sorry about that, but with your CV, you won't have a problem getting a job in the city." "What's the detective like?" "Excuse me? He's staying at Vines and Soul, right? What do you make of him?" "Why do you ask?" "Well, he's going to interview me, right? I'm a little scared." "Wouldn't you be, being questioned by the police and all?" Jasmine shrugged. Only if I had something to hide. Do you? No, of course not. I've got nothing to do with this. I mean, I'm the one who found the body. But apart from that, I hardly knew the... If you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't be worried. Jasmine gave Barbara the most genuine smile she could muster, but her psychic mind was raising alarm bells left, right, and center about the amount of anxiety Barbara was experiencing. If she had nothing to hide, she shouldn't be so nervous. Then again, people worried about all kinds of things. Maybe the prospect of not being able to find another job was worrying Barbara. Jasmine made a mental note not to say anything to Bertram about Barbara's anxiety. She shouldn't talk to him about facts that she couldn't substantiate. Her personal ability to connect to people's emotions didn't exactly qualify as a logical piece of information to be put in a police report. Jasmine? Huh? I was just wondering if you could stay with me when I talk to the detective. Why? I can't provide you with any legal representation, and I'm not even sure you need a lawyer at this stage. Please? I just feel more comfortable having someone with me during the interview. Jasmine sensed the enormous waves of anxiety Barbara was exuding, as if she was going to lose control at any second. She nodded. Okay, if you want me to stay, ask the detective. If he allows it, then I'll stay. Thank you, Jasmine smiled. Tell the detective the truth, Barbara. Everything you know about the case. In my experience, anything other than the truth isn't going to stand indefinitely, and living with secrets sucks. Speaking from first-hand experience? Jasmine shrugged, and at that moment her phone buzzed with an incoming text. She took the opportunity to ignore Barbara's question. It was a group text from Mia to herself and Beatrice. It read, Lucian is in town. I'm taking him to lunch at Vines and Soul. Can you be there around lunchtime? Lucien. She remembered him as a very handsome young man 6 years ago. If she could choose one word to describe him, that one word would be trouble. They heard footsteps at the entrance, and Bertram appeared at the door. Sorry to keep you waiting. He stepped in and introduced himself to Barbara. Jasmine went behind the counter to see what was stocked in the bar fridge. Coffee, Bertram? Yes, espresso, please. She smiled to herself. He trusts me. She would never make that decision without knowing who the coffee roaster was. Melbourne City was full of coffee snobs. Maybe Bertram thought she somehow had the magic to make bad coffee taste good. She smiled to herself. What would you like, Barbara? Barbara smiled. Nothing, thanks. Jasmine took the coffee over to Bertram and held on to her own espresso. I'll wait for you outside, she said to Bertram. Oh no, could you please stay? Asked Barbara. Can she stay? She asked Bertram. I'm a bit nervous. If Jasmine likes, she can stay. This isn't a formal interview or anything. I just want to get some background information to report to Central. Jasmine sat down. Okay, I'll stay, but I'm not sure I'll be of any help. Excellent coffee is a good start, Jasmine. Thank you very much. Then he turned toward Barbara. He hadn't carried any notebooks or recording devices in with him. Maybe this was as informal as he had said. Jasmine leaned back in her chair. Bertram sipped his coffee and asked Barbara background questions regarding her work, the B&B, and her routines on the job. Jasmine kept a neutral face and pretended not to pay attention. None of the questions were directly related to the incident. Barbara answered them easily. Bertram was easing Barbara in, making her feel comfortable, and it worked because Barbara's anxiety level had reduced significantly. Then, when he was about to finish his coffee, he asked the first pertinent question. How did you discover the body? Barbara shifted in her chair. The morning was almost over, and Sarah hadn't checked out as she had said she would the night before. I waited a bit, and then I went to her room and knocked on the door. There was no answer, but I could see the door wasn't latched. I called her name and then pushed the door in. That's when it hit the body. She was on the floor, and the door hit her head, or maybe her shoulder. So you didn't go inside the room? No, I ran and called for help. How can you be sure she was dead? I wasn't sure. But in the report, the owner said you came running back to the main reception saying Sarah was dead. I might have said that. So you knew she was dead by looking at her from outside the door? Yes. You didn't think she might have just passed out on the floor? No, I mean, I saw her face. Her eyes were open, dead eyes. I knew when I saw them. Bertram nodded. So she was lying on her side, facing the door, and that was how you saw her face without going into the room. Yes, no, I mean, she was on her back. I must have stuck my head inside the door, but I didn't go into the room. Bertram nodded again. That makes sense. And apart from Bob, who else did you tell about this incident? Excuse me? Barbara shifted again in her chair. Her hands were clasped tightly together on the table. Jasmine didn't need to spy on Barbara's emotions to know she was hiding something. She smiled inwardly, enjoying watching Bertram peeling the information out of Barbara, like layers of an onion. She was glad it wasn't her that he was grilling. You told Bob Lucas about the incident. Who else did you tell? Asked Bertram. A couple of people in town? A couple. So 2. What are their names? He locked eyes with her, and his tone was gentle but firm. Maybe a handful of people. We get together for gym and afternoon tea, so I just chat. I didn't count how many people there were. The conversation continued, and before Jasmine knew it, her mind wandered to Lucian. Why is he back? Suddenly a storm of doubt hit her. Jasmine! Bertram called out. Huh? She was pulled back to reality. Barbara had left, so the storm of doubt with a hint of anxiety had come from Bertram, although his face didn't reveal a trace of the emotions he was experiencing. We're going to the morgue now. Chapter 12. Beatrice put on the most gracious smile she could produce when she asked the nurse to let her into Landon's room. It didn't work. Maybe Jasmine was the only one with that talent. Beatrice had no choice but to use her magic. She cast a tiny spell on the nurse and was allowed to visit Landon almost immediately. Before she got into the room, a text came from Mia. Lucien is in town. I'm taking him to lunch at Vines and Soul. Can you be there around lunchtime? Does she need to ask? Beatrice thought. No woman in her right mind would say no to seeing Lucian. Admittedly, he was sexually attractive. But the reason women fussed over him was his charm, not his looks. He was an artist with a gentle and kind soul. Beatrice liked him a lot. If he wanted to paint her, she was willing to pose like Mona Lisa at any time, proper smile included. She would make arrangements to meet Mia and Lucien for lunch. Lunch at Vines and Soul would be heaven. Beatrice knocked gently on the door to Landon's room and pushed it open. Landon smiled at her from the bed. He looked tired. She didn't have Jasmine's talent, so she couldn't tell what Landon was feeling. But judging by the look on his face, she could tell the paranormal community was losing his support. How do you feel? I've been better. The detective is going to be here soon. Are you up for a chat? He smiled bitterly. That was rare for Landon. For as long as she had known him, he had been a positive person, full of energy and spirit. Ironically, he worked with the dead, but she had never had a dull moment with him. Those who hurt you last night, they're not from the local coven. You know that, don't you? It doesn't matter anymore whether or not I believe you. What do you mean? They took the body. If I tell the detective about it, I'll sound like a crazy person. So you don't have to worry that I'll tell the central cops about your paranormal community. Landon, he sighed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take it out on you. The person who took the body, if it was a person, didn't mean to hurt me, but it was rough. But last night, that one was trying to kill me. Can you tell me what exactly happened last night? I was pulled under. Whatever it was trying to kill me. Trying to burn me to death. Did you see it? The doctor said you weren't conscious. That's what I said. It pulled me under. It was like I was outside my body. I could see the doctors trying to save me, but they couldn't. I saw the flat line. I saw my death, and then the cold washed over me and pulled me back. Jasmine froze it, Beatrice said, not realizing she had spoken out loud. She did what? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. We were around the corner. She said she felt you being burned. Her body temperature dropped significantly, and the next thing we knew, you were back. I don't think she was fully aware of what she was doing. She still hasn't talked to us about it yet because the detective was with her the whole time. So she saved me? Beatrice nodded. Not just you. She'd save anyone she could. Landon sighed. How much does the detective know? Nothing. Except maybe that Jasmine is a bit weird. He doesn't know the body is missing yet, I assume. No, so I guess he'll accept whatever it is that you tell him. All right, I'll give him a report on what he can comfortably understand. Thank you. Beatrice pulled a small chain with a silver charm out of her pocket. I know it's not to your fashion taste. I made it this morning. I don't know what attacked you last night. I'll have a discussion with Mia and Jasmine and take it to the coven. But before that, there's one thing I can assure you of. Whatever attacked you, it wasn't local. It's not one of us. It's important that you understand that because we protect our people, human or paranormal. He smiled and held up the chain. It's subtle enough for a guy to wear. I don't mind. Thank you. The thing that attacked you last night, did you see it at all? Landon shook his head. No, but I could feel its presence in this room. Did it say anything to you? He contemplated. I think it did, but I can't remember. I think it wanted something. I must have said no, and then it burned me. You haven't examined the body yet, right? No, I've seen a lot of dead bodies, but none of them had the legs of a wolf. I wasn't too eager to examine it. I don't have a curious scientist's mind. The thing attacking you last night must have been looking for something in that woman's body. Maybe it wanted to kill you because it thought you might have seen the body and know what it's looking for. Landon shrugged. Well, I told you what I saw, and now I can't unsee it. I would guess it isn't anything the paranormal community hasn't seen before, so why would it be worth killing for? And will this necklace you gave me save me if that thing comes for me again? I don't know for sure, Landon. It will protect you against minor creatures, werewolves, and some young vamps. But anything more than that, I don't think my power can offer any protection. Landon stared at her blankly. Werewolves? Vampires? You're being serious? Do you think the thing that tried to kill you last night was serious, or was it just a paranormal prank? Got it. He nodded. You said you're not powerful enough to protect me against what's coming. Is it after the whole town or just me? I'm not sure yet. It's all speculation right now. You know magic, but you said you can't protect us. So who can? None of us individually can fight what's coming. We rely on the coven for collective power. But the coven wants to maintain its discreet presence here in the community. So if you can help calm the central human cops down and buy us some time, we can figure out a way to move forward. He nodded. Thanks for this. He dangled the chain in front of him, then put it on. Chapter 13. Jasmine! Jasmine turned away from the vending machine, thankful that Beatrice had called out just in time to save her from committing the sin of buying a dark chocolate candy bar. Beatrice, Landon said you left. Bertram is interviewing him now. Beatrice scurried down the corridor, putting a finger to her lips. Do you have to stick around for Bertram, or can you leave now with me? I can go with you. Bertram only needed me for the B&B visit this morning, and I needed him for the wheels. So yes, I'm free to go now. She paused. Where are we going? You know Lucian and Mia will be at Vines and Soul for lunch, right? Jasmine nodded. Yes, I'd love to meet them there. Lucian is always pleasant to chat with. Beatrice gestured to the corridor ahead, and they continued their conversation as they headed down the hall toward the car park. Have you thought more about the attack on Landon last night? Beatrice asked. Yes. Samuel confirmed the coven had nothing to do with it, but he didn't want to reveal who he hired to steal the body. I still can't make sense of what I did to counteract the heat Landon was experiencing. I have a feeling it wasn't magic, and you probably do too. It was supernatural. I just don't know what kind. Once at the car park, they entered Beatrice's car. Jasmine sent Bertram a text message to let him know she had gone with Beatrice on some errands. We're going to see Samuel. He wants to talk to us, and when we get there, we need to ask him to let us see Sarah's body, Beatrice said. He has the body at his place, in one of his containers. During the day, Samuel ran an industrial storage facility, a bit further out from Gisborne toward the city. His clientele wasn't from this small town, but came from the city seeking cheaper spaces. At night, or whenever he wasn't needed for the mundane human business, he managed the coven and participated in his wizard activities. Jasmine was familiar with the coven, but had no idea what the wizard business involved. It didn't take long to get to Samuel's place of business. As Beatrice drove into the gated industrial area, Jasmine observed the surroundings. There were 10 rows of standard industrial containers, each with 10 containers. At the far end of the site was a handful of large sheds from which various companies operated their manufacturing businesses. Samuel was doing a lot better than Jasmine had thought with this human business. Beatrice parked in front of a simple office block. Jasmine could read anxiety coming from Beatrice. She reached over and touched her friend's hand. "Beatrice, you are more skillful than Samuel could ever be. I know you can sense dark magic from him. But when it comes to the coven's business, I think he means well. He just has different ways of going about the business end of things. At a confusing time like this, we need all parties on the same page." Beatrice nodded. "I hope he feels the same way, Jasmine. You always see the good in people. I don't know much about dark magic, but I do know it takes a certain kind of person to be good at it. And you and I don't have what it takes. We'll be careful." The door made a friendly ding sound when they entered the office. Jasmine had to chuckle to herself at the sight of the wizard seated on a leather chair behind his desk with a computer in front of him. He leaned back in his chair, interlaced his fingers behind his head, and observed Jasmine and Beatrice's every footstep. Jasmine knew a mind game when she saw one. No matter what kind of magic Samuel Lopez practiced, she wasn't going to let him intimidate her. She smiled and asked, "You wanted to see us, Samuel? I thought we agreed that you'd hang on to the body until we figured out how to handle the human police." He shot a glance at Beatrice, and at first Beatrice cringed. But then she pulled herself together and looked Samuel in the eyes. That was the Beatrice Jasmine knew, daring and stubborn. "Samuel, I trust you're well. Business is buzzing." Beatrice gestured to the empty yard in front of the office. Samuel chuckled. "You know my daytime business is just a facade. The quieter it is, the better it is for us." He glanced at Jasmine. "Vines and Soul, on the other hand, might be a little too busy for the coven business, don't you think?" "We're managing things just fine. This incident is the first. The fact that you stole the body after the human cops had been alerted didn't help. But we've already discussed this. Why did you want to see us? There's a detective investigating the case in our backyard as we speak." "The young woman who died." "Her name is Sarah Hines," Beatrice cut in. Samuel waved his hand dismissively. "She was turned only a few months ago." "Mia already learned that fact," Jasmine said. Samuel grinned. "But I bet you girls didn't know her husband." "Ex-husband," Jasmine interjected. "Right, well, he's a very well-connected and wealthy man. He didn't know that his wife had been turned. And I hate to correct you, Jasmine, but while they were going through a divorce, they hadn't finished with it yet. So legally, they were separated, but not divorced." "And you're telling me all this because?" Jasmine asked. Sarah had been overseas a lot lately and had been to all kinds of antique exhibitions. She bid for expensive items in auctions. She bought your bottle of wine at one of those auctions. The reason she was turned was that all the exhibitions she'd been to had something to do with the paranormal world. As a mundane human, rubbing shoulders with a lot of paranormals, what do you expect would happen? "You think she wanted to be turned?" Beatrice asked. Samuel nodded. Jasmine contemplated. She was looking for something supernatural, and she wouldn't be able to find it as a human. And I suppose her husband paid for the items she acquired. Samuel nodded. Beatrice's eyes widened. "You think they staged their divorce?" Samuel smiled. "Very astute, Beatrice." Jasmine nodded. In the rich and famous circle, it's common to see a woman like that going to auctions, bidding on expensive items, and buying things like there's no tomorrow. But what does this have to do with us? Why was she here? And why was she killed near a vineyard and by a bottle of wine? Beatrice asked. Jasmine shook her head. I'm not sure how or if the vineyard and the murder are related. It didn't look like a professional murder. Hired assassins don't make plans to go into a hotel room, grab an expensive bottle of wine, and smash the victim's head in with it. Robbery gone wrong? Beatrice asked. Could be, Jasmine said. But rob her for what? There was nothing valuable found in her room. Whatever it might have been that the thief was after, he took it with him. Samuel nodded. Well, I'll leave you ladies to sort that out. I mean, the investigation part, he said. I called you here because I decided to keep the body hidden. I can't change the appearance of the dead wolf. Sarah, Beatrice corrected. Okay. Anyway, because I can't change how the body looks, it will be too difficult to explain it to the humans. So there are two things you need to do now. First, handle this. He put a small pouch on the desk. And second, her husband just flew in from London. I think you might want to have a conversation with him before the human detective does. Jasmine picked up the pouch and opened it. Inside was a ring. She dumped it out onto her palm. As soon as the piece of jewelry hit her hand, a flurry of emotions and flashes of unrecognizable images hit her. Chapter 14. Bertram stepped out of the police station. They hadn't actually needed one prior to the murder. Before this incident, the town was so peaceful the police didn't have much to do. Even now, the case he was on wasn't properly registered. He had come here to use their internal express courier to send the DNA samples and pieces of evidence he had taken from the window frame in the room where Sarah Hines was killed to the lab. But now, standing in front of the station on his way out, he thought it might have been faster for him just to drive the evidence to the city. He shrugged. Never mind. Maybe this would give the local police something to do. He went back to his car and checked his messages again before starting the engine. He knew from his experiences in the last few days that the cell phone network around the outskirts of town and in the vineyards was not ideal. But in town central, it was perfect. If Jim Miracle happened to call him while he was here, he'd be able to have a conversation rather than being cut off due to a weak network connection. Yes, his name was indeed Miracle, and Bertram had been teasing him for years because of that rare Welsh surname. They had known each other for a very long time, and Jim wasn't bothered by it anymore. But he wouldn't take the ribbing from anyone else. There were no messages. Bertram took the opportunity to drive around the town central. Cruising down the main boulevard, he was greeted by a water fountain that appeared in all the tourism material about the town. He circled a couple of blocks on the main street where the cafes and restaurants were, and that was the entire town. Admittedly, it was charming, more so than Bertram would expect. But still, it was a small town, and that got on his nerves. Small towns and his name did not belong in the same sentence. He parked and walked to the area where the cafes were clustered. The first and most important reason for doing so was to wait for Jim's call. The second reason was to get a better feel for the town. He didn't know why it had occurred to him to do that. It wasn't necessary for a quick case. And he didn't plan to stay here any longer than he had to. The smell of freshly baked bread wafting from a bakery was tempting. What the hell, he thought, and stepped inside. He ordered an espresso and a piece of apple pie. Before he could take a bite, the phone rang. He picked up the video call. Jim's face appeared on the screen, his hair tousled. He grinned. "G'day, afternoon, or whatever time it is over there." "Thanks for calling. I know it's late your time, but you don't operate at human hours anyway. What do you have for me? Make a miracle happen, Jim." Jim frowned. "Where are you?" "In a cafe." "All right, show me what you're having with your coffee. Let's see if it's a slice of apple pie." Bertram rolled his eyes. Come on, what? Is that apple pie you're eating?" "I haven't even had a bite yet." "What's your problem, Jim?" "Show me." Bertram tilted the phone to show him the apple pie. Then he looked into the camera. "There you have it. Apple pie it is. What difference does that make?" Jim sat back in his chair. The smile on his face had disappeared. "It's not what you think, Jim. I know you better than you know yourself, Bertram. Okay, we'll come back to the pie later. About the tattoo sketch you sent me. Is it accurate? I know your drawing isn't the best, but how close is it, percentage-wise? I did my best. I was talking to the woman, so she was sitting opposite me. The tattoo was on the inside of her right forearm. I saw it when she braced her elbows on the coffee table. Bertram concentrated, trying to recall the position of Barbara's arms on the table, how far away she was, and for how long he saw the tattoo. He looked back at Jim. Yes, I'm pretty sure it's about 90% accurate. Well then, there are two ways to look at this. Literarily, like Santa and Satan. All you need to do is to move the N. You have a very twisted mind. Look who's talking. Back to the apple pie soon, bro. Jim chuckled. So the tattoo. If you look at it from one direction, it's the insignia of one of the most notorious motorcycle gangs. Looking at it from another angle, it's the Satanism symbol of a pretty small and, I believe, extinct cult. The funny thing is, both the gang and the cult are from Eastern Europe. Bertram nodded, although it didn't quite make sense to him yet. But at least it was something. So what's with the woman? Why does she have this tattoo on her arm? It's an ongoing case? Yeah, and you can't discuss it with me. But the fact that you came to me instead of your police team means it probably doesn't have much to do with your case, and has more to do with something personal. It's about the case. Jim sat up straight and looked directly into the screen. You sent me your rendering of a tattoo, and it might have nothing to do with the case you're investigating. And you're eating apple pie. Who's twisted? That's enough, Jim. I have no idea what your theory is on pie or my food consumption. I eat what I feel like eating. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the tattoo. I didn't go to the police with this because I can't make a connection between the tattoo and the case at this stage. And I have no idea how I remembered the tattoo in such detail. It's rather complicated, don't you think? And my artistic skill isn't top-notch. I don't understand how I can remember such vivid details about an image I saw for maybe 2 seconds. Do you have a tattoo? Because if you do, that's something about you that I don't know. All right, Jim, you're weirding me out. I don't do tattoos. I see no reason to pay someone to inflict pain on me. But what does all of this have to do with apple pie? You hate apple pie with a passion, but whenever you're in denial, you eat it. I don't think you even realize you're doing it. I don't, he started to say, then looked at Jim, who was scrutinizing him via the screen. Jim smiled. Not sure now, are you? Bertram pushed the pie away. He wasn't sure what to make of this pie discussion, but whatever it was, it made him uncomfortable. Jim ruffled his hair. All right, I've got a client now. Gotta go. Thanks for the info. Come out to Australia sometime. I'll show you around. Jim snorted. I'd say it the other way around. You need to come back to England. You're a grown-up now. You can face it. Face what? I don't know what you're talking about. Remember what happened in York, Bertram? No, you asked me this before. I told you I don't remember. Instead of being cryptic, why don't you just tell me? I would if I knew. When you met me, something had happened to you. Why don't you see a psychiatrist about it? About what, apple pie? Jim stared at him for 3 long seconds. Okay, bye for now, Bertram. Then he hung up. Bertram looked at the pie. He did indeed hate it, and he had absolutely no idea why. The uneasiness intensified as he looked at the piece of pie, and he began to feel nauseated. He finished his coffee and left the cafe. Chapter 15. Jasmine stared at her face in the mirror of the private bathroom in her office at the back of Vines and Soul. The bruise on the right corner of her forehead was getting darker and more noticeable. She was lucky she hit her forehead on the padded arm of the chair in Samuel's office on the way down and not the hard corner of his desk. Otherwise, she would have cracked her skull in the fall. Beatrice hung onto the ring and wouldn't give it back to Jasmine. They had only enough time to go back to Vines and Soul for lunch with Lucian and Mia, but she, Mia, and Beatrice would meet tonight to discuss the case. Samuel had delayed the coven gathering until the next moon to give them time to sort out this case. Jasmine could tell he had an agenda other than the good of the coven and the paranormal community. But she had enough on her plate at the moment, so she let it go. Lucien had matured a lot compared to the last time she saw him. By that, she didn't mean his looks, which always attracted girls like bees to honey. But something inside him had changed. To Jasmine, it was noticeable. Lucien's emotions always spontaneously connected and poured over onto Jasmine, and it made Mia uncomfortable. Mia was protective of her cousin, a trait that was typical of a werewolf pack. Over the years, Jasmine had learned how to block the wave of emotions coming from him and most of the werewolf types. But her guard was down because of the severe migraine caused by the fall. She didn't want to handle the connection to Lucien's emotions if it happened, so she excused herself from lunch and went back to her office. She got a small pair of scissors and snipped a few strands of hair from the corner of her forehead to make a small fringe, hoping to cover the darkening bruise. She looked in the mirror. That was a terrible idea. Don't panic. She took out her concealer stick and rubbed a bit of color on the bruise. It helped a bit. For now. She left her office from the back of the building. She thought she'd go for a short walk before heading back to the restaurant. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Bertram heading toward the restaurant from the Merlot cabin with the picnic basket in his hand. He was returning the plates from the dinner she had made him the other night. It was strange. The instant comfort she felt in seeing him walk down that small hill with such a long and elegant gait. He smiled when he saw her. "You shouldn't have to bring this to the restaurant. I could have sent someone to the cabin to collect it." "That's okay. I was thinking about getting something to eat." His words trailed off and his eyes darkened for a fleeting second when they landed on the corner of her forehead. He said nothing, just looked at her, waiting for her to talk. "It's nothing." She smiled. He arched an eyebrow. "Does it look that bad?" she asked herself. "The bruise doesn't look too bad, but I'm sure the migraine is," he said gently. "Come with me." He slid his hand toward her back, guiding her to turn and walk up the hill with him. Is he reading my mind? For the first time in her entire life, Jasmine found herself following a lead without question. "Please sit." He gestured to a chair. He sat down opposite her and placed an unlabeled bottle of pills on the table. Ordinary over-the-counter drugs you can buy at the chemist won't fix the migraine you're experiencing. "Are you reading my mind?" she asked aloud this time. Bertram laughed. He had such a generous laugh, and that eased her tension a lot. "I wish I had such skill. I can tell that you have a migraine, not because it's written on your forehead or because I'm reading your mind, but because I get severe migraines too." He pushed the bottle toward her. "I would take one in front of you to show you these are okay to take, but I've just taken one. Taking another pill isn't a good idea. The bottle has no label because my friend makes them for me using natural ingredients." Bertram obviously didn't know how many of Beatrice's odd, witchy concoctions she had taken. She managed to keep a blank face. "All right, if you take one pill, I'll tell you my thoughts about the missing body and what Landon told me." She took the pill. Bertram shook his head and smiled. "I'm sure Landon has told you about the status of the body because he's quite close with you, Beatrice and Mia. He was very defensive about the fact that the bottle of wine came from your vineyard, although I made no comments about the connection. He mentioned the gossip group in town, led by Barbara. He didn't suggest anything, just said I should look with care at any information gained from those people. I think Landon cares about you and the community, and he has nothing to do with the stolen body." "So he's in your good book." Bertram nodded. He said his prelim suggested that Sarah Hines died from the impact of the blow from the wine bottle. Death was instantaneous. There was no sign of a struggle. He didn't have a chance to examine the wound in detail, so he couldn't answer my questions about whether the bottle broke on impact or whether the bottle that killed her was the same, the bottle found at the scene. Jasmine nodded. The bottle was broken when it was found. Assuming it's the same bottle that killed Sarah, if it broke on impact, it had to be the murder weapon. If it didn't, then it served as the murder weapon, and the attacker broke it, either to stage the scene in some way or to look for something inside the bottle. Bertram smiled. "Precisely." Jasmine could tell he was pleased that she was genuinely interested. She could read his feelings of comfort and ease. Trust wasn't an emotion, but the emotions resulting from trust were what emanated from him now. And the body was stolen, he continued, because if we were to examine it or send it to the central lab, we would be able to figure out the angle of the blow, whether the bottle was the actual weapon, and maybe even the size and strength of the attacker, along with a few other things. Jasmine was now relieved that Samuel had stolen the body. If Bertram could deduce that much from the small bit of verbal information Landon had given him, what would he think if he saw the werewolf legs? Of course, she couldn't tell him that he was way off on the reason the body was stolen. But the theft of the body suggests that this wasn't a professional hit. Jasmine frowned. I thought it suggested the opposite. A professional wouldn't leave the body behind and then have to come back to steal the evidence. But what if it was a murder gone wrong? Maybe someone was coming and the murderer had to leave in a hurry. Bertram shook his head. That still makes it unprofessional. Either that or an unskilled contractor who couldn't carry out the plan without a hiccup. No matter, it still falls into the unprofessional basket. He smiled at her. She stood up. I've got to go. Mia's cousin is visiting and is at the restaurant. I should get back to them. He stood and placed the bottle of pills in her hand. Keep these, please. I have more. Thank you. She put the bottle in her tiny crossbody bag. So, will you be asking for more people to come from Central to investigate? Right now, I can handle this myself. I'm still waiting for some lab results. For what? He smiled at her and said nothing. She nodded. All right, if you tell me about the tests and the other things you found, I'll let you come with me to talk to the husband of the victim. His eyes sparked with intrigue. He contacted you instead of the police. She shrugged. No, he came based on the police's request, of course, but he reached out to a contact of mine, asking to talk to the owner of the B&B, who authorized me to handle this, so he asked to talk to me. You could wait until the Central Police connect you with him, or you could go with me to talk to him, not as a cop, but as a local. What do you say? I'm all in. Right, so what are the tests you sent to the lab? Why are you so interested in this, Jasmine? And please don't tell me it's only as a concerned citizen. I am a concerned citizen. I know that, but what are your other reasons? Well, there was a murder right in my backyard. First, I want to make sure I'm not a suspect. You're not. Okay. Second, I want to be sure that none of the people I care about and know are suspects. Well, that depends on who those people are. Look, Bertram, I care about this community. That's all you need to know. As we agreed, if you want to talk to Sarah's husband, then give me the information. If not, then you can go about with your police procedure. I told you I'm all in. Then tell me. It could take a long time. I thought you had a lunch to go to. Then come with me. She smiled and waved at him. They walked down the hill toward the restaurant. Do you know the most popular dish we sell at lunchtime at Vines and Soul? Your prawn salad. No, apple pie. You should try it. The smile vanished from his face, and she had no idea why. She made a mental note that he was not a fan of apple pie. At the entrance to the restaurant, she pulled out the bottle of pills he had given her. Do you need one? He shook his head. No, thanks. I told you I've already taken one. She said nothing, but the pain from the pounding headache he was experiencing was contagious. She promised herself never to say apple pie in front of him again, and she was determined to discover the reason behind this apple pie migraine story. Chapter 16. Jasmine and Bertram hadn't yet gotten to the door of the restaurant when Beatrice stormed out with Mia and Lucienne right at her heels. I told them several times that the pipes they put in were dodgy. They didn't listen. Now see what happened, Beatrice ranted. What happened, Beatrice? Jasmine asked. Burst pipes, the central ones. There's water everywhere at the school. I need to evacuate all the animals. Beatrice picked up a returned call from one of her clients and gave them the information, asking them to go pick up their pet at the school as soon as they could. What happened to your fringe? Mia asked Jasmine. Jasmine rolled her eyes. Bertram, this is Lucienne, Mia's cousin. Lucian, Bertram is the detective from the city. Ah, the tourist murder case. Lucian smiled and shook Bertram's hand. Jasmine felt a blast of uneasiness and pain from Lucian. She didn't know what caused it, but there was no time to explore. All right, I need to help Beatrice. She glanced at her friend, who was pacing back and forth, directing action via her phone. Mia and Lucienne, could you hang around here just in case Vines and Soul need something? She locked eyes with Lucian and Mia. Without Jasmine saying anything out loud, they knew they should stay and not go to Beatrice's school. Although they were the deadliners of the werewolf pack, ordinary animals could still sense them. From the human perspective, it would look like they just weren't animal people. But paranormals knew they could make ordinary pets go crazy. I can lend a hand, Bertram said. That would be great, Bertram. Beatrice might need to drop off the pets at client locations. If you can drive me, we'll have 2 cars at work. Please, Bertram, Beatrice chimed in. Let's go then, he said. When they got to the car park, as soon as Beatrice finished the call she was on, Bertram took the phone out of her hand. Excuse me, this is an emergency situation. I'm sorry, Beatrice, but don't make me flash my badge. I don't want you driving and talking on your phone during your emergency. Jasmine will hang on to your phone and answer the calls until we get there. All right, all right. Beatrice stomped away toward her car. Let's go, Jasmine, she yelled as she went. No, Jasmine is going with me. Excuse me, Jasmine said. Bertram lowered his voice. Jasmine, I'm not going to let her add another bruise to your forehead today, and she's more likely to do that now than this morning. So you're going with me. The reason I let her drive is that you said she might need her car, and that's a fair call. So he thought her bruised head had been caused by Beatrice's driving. Jasmine felt sorry for Beatrice, but there was no time to explain things to Bertram. You can't boss us around, Bertram. I'm not bossing anyone around. I'm speaking as a member of the police. Please, ma'am, get into my car. Seeing no point in arguing, Jasmine got into Bertram's car. 20 minutes later, they were confronted by the chaotic scene at Paws Academy. Bertram parked and then personally returned the phone to Beatrice, who was fuming. The burst pipe had caused what looked like the result of a tsunami. Water poured out of the house and streamed down the street. Beatrice looked as if she was going to cry. Jasmine went over and gave her a hug around the shoulders. I called Bob. He said he's coming right away. He's driving from the other side of town, though. How many more pets need to go home? The school's assistant came over with a half-dozen dogs on leashes. There were also a handful of cats in baskets. Bertram walked around the house, helping to put away some furniture and other stray items that might cause an accident. Beatrice loaded her assistant's car with some of the pets and put some of the remaining animals into her car. Then she walked over to where Jasmine stood. Beatrice tied her sandy hair back in a ponytail. She looked stressed, but still beautiful. She smiled. I need to drive these guys home. Those who were able to pick up their pets have already done so, but I need to take care of the rest. Can you do me a favor? You need to ask? Jasmine said. Of course we can, Bertram said. Beatrice pointed to a dog and a cat. The puppy is Max and the cat is Coco. They don't have homes. Can you please take them for tonight? Bertram frowned. They're strays? Shouldn't they be at the pound? Isn't that the best way for them to find homes? Jasmine sighed. You named them, so you've taken them in already? Beatrice nodded. They aren't strays. They were abandoned. Please? Sure, said Bertram. Just for the night. Jasmine walked toward Coco and Max. She had no problem at all with bringing them home. Coco was a beautiful chartreuse, a charcoal gray cat with striking green eyes. She seemed to know exactly what was going on. As soon as Jasmine came close, she hopped into her arms as if claiming the spot before the puppy could get it. Max was a husky puppy, young and confused. He sat watching Coco in Jasmine's arms. Bertram saw that the cat had been taken care of, so he was unofficially designated as Max's guardian for the night. The puppy looked down at the pavement and saw the water running by. He whimpered. Bertram rolled his eyes, then went over and picked up the husky in his arms. Jasmine sensed amusement. It couldn't be from Bertram, as he didn't look entertained by the whole scene. Then she heard a purr. She looked down and saw Coco's striking green eyes looking back up at her. She could swear Coco was grinning. Maybe not. But it was obvious that the cat was enjoying the scene. Bertram had put Max back down on the ground and was trying to get him to walk. When Max refused, Bertram walked away, causing Max to scurry after him. Bertram was attempting to train a puppy he'd promised to take care of for only one night. Jasmine shook her head and walked toward Bertram's car. Coco's purring stopped when she saw that Max was nestled inside a basket that Bertram had secured with a seat belt to the back seat. And there was only one basket. That meant she would have to share it with the rambunctious puppy. Jasmine put Coco in. It might have been her imagination, but she could swear Coco's eyes went from green to red. Her phone buzzed. She answered. Samuel's voice was on the other end. She finished the call and looked at Bertram. Sarah's husband is here now and asked to talk to me right away. Coco and Max will have to come with us. Okay then, said Bertram and climbed into the driver's seat. Stop glaring at Max, Coco. I don't want to hear even the faintest sound of you two fighting. If you want a home for tonight, you will have to behave. Jasmine had never had a conversation with a cat before, but she had a feeling Coco understood. Max regarded her with his doleful puppy eyes. She rubbed him behind his ears, then closed the door. She got into the passenger seat and quickly turned around. Max, I saw you bare your teeth at Coco. Do that again and you'll be in big trouble. Max turned away, no longer giving her his puppy eye. Chapter 17. George Hines was a formidable man, both in appearance and in his mind. Jasmine sensed confidence and firm, stable emotional energy from him. That gave her some comfort, because there was nothing she disliked more than the cliché of the husband as the murder suspect when the wife was the victim. She could see the pain in his eyes, and his sorrow was so strong she could feel its energy. They met in one of the offices Samuel had arranged. Samuel was handling this as a friend of a friend and a businessman in the community. He introduced himself to Bertram the same way, as a businessman. Jasmine didn't think Bertram was suspicious of Samuel, but she didn't see him completely buying into his introduction either. While Samuel knew who Bertram was, George didn't. Jasmine introduced him as a friend. Samuel left them in the room and went about his business. Jasmine asked if Bertram could stay, as he had a lot of connections in the private investigation business. George agreed. I never met Sarah in person, George, Jasmine said. Why do you want to talk to me? My friends told me you can help make a connection and maybe shed some light on why my wife was killed. That's why I invited Bertram. No, not that kind of connection. I mean a connection to Sarah. I need to talk to her. Excuse me. She wanted to laugh but stopped herself. Your friend misunderstood. I can't talk to the dead or see them, or anything else for that matter. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Bertram frowning. She continued, I'm an empathetic person. I can sometimes connect emotionally to people. I understand and can talk to people about their emotions. My friends call it psychic ability. But that's not what it is. I don't have any professional training. She had no idea in which direction to steer the conversation. George, Bertram said, if we make the assumption that Jasmine is psychic, what is it you would like to know from Sarah? I'm asking because, based on the information I have, she was killed because she had in her possession something she shouldn't. If you know what it was, it could shed some light on who killed her. George nodded. The police called me as well. I know they suspect me. The husband is always the first suspect. Plus, we were going through a divorce. That makes me look even more guilty. Jasmine locked eyes with George so that he knew she meant what she said. I don't think being accused by the police is causing the guilt you're feeling right now. You're feeling regret, the pain of not saying something you should have said. And you thought you would have the chance to say it through me. I can feel your guilt, George. I can feel your regret. And I can feel you didn't mean Sarah any harm. Unfortunately, I can't help you talk to her. But if you tell us what you're concerned about, we can help you find who killed her and why." She could feel Bertram's intrigue and anxiety. No one felt safe when they knew their emotions and feelings could be observed by an outsider. "Understanding that," she continued, "rest assured, George, I won't intrude on your internal thoughts and emotions. What I'm feeling now is because the emotion is overwhelmingly strong inside you, and you let it out. It spilled over to me. If you withhold your emotions, I won't feel them." She felt Bertram's tension relax. He leaned back in his chair. "Although Jasmine can provide you with moral support, the only thing the police work with is evidence, and that's where my connections can help. When did you expect to see Sarah next?" George looked down at his clasped hands. His lips tightened a bit. Bertram nodded. "All right. I understand if that's too difficult to talk about. So when did you last see her? The police will ask you that question. You know that, right?" "At the divorce lawyer's office, months ago. She traveled the world after that, so we hardly saw each other." Bertram nodded. "Did you talk to each other during that period? And before you answer, know that they can pull evidence to cross-check what you're saying." George nodded. "Yes, we talked a couple of times on the phone." Jasmine smiled. "So you would know where she'd been, right? Is there anything you can think of that might have led to her murder?" George said nothing. He looked at her, and the pain in his eyes intensified. She sensed his calmness wavering. "I know you're not the police, but can you tell me how she died? I would rather hear it from you than from the police. Was she in pain? Was it quick?" Jasmine looked at Bertram. He signaled her the go-ahead. "I was told someone hit her in the head with a wine bottle. Her death was instantaneous." He stared at her. "A wine bottle? What kind of murder is that?" "I don't know, George. I'm not the police. Is there anything she said or did that might have led to the situation?" George shook his head. "She's been to many events. She likes nice parties. She likes to be surrounded by people." "Was she having an affair, George?" Bertram asked, giving George a stare that didn't allow him to back away from the question. "I don't know." Jasmine could tell that George wasn't surprised by Bertram's question. When George looked at her, Jasmine returned his eye contact, reminding him that she could read his emotions. He nodded. "Yes, she was having an affair. I don't know with whom, but I'm guessing she met the person at one of those high society events." "Did you fund her lifestyle?" Bertram asked. George squirmed. Jasmine smiled at him. "George, she might have had an affair, but that doesn't mean she didn't love you. In fact, many people have had affairs during their divorce. On the rebound." "It wasn't a rebound. She had been involved with the guy for a long time," he muttered. "I'll strangle him if I find out who he is." "You were divorcing Sarah, but you didn't like the idea of her seeing someone else?" Bertram asked. "Don't you dare imply that I killed her out of jealousy." George's eyes reddened and his voice thickened. "We aren't making any accusations, George," Jasmine said. "So what is it I'm hearing?" He stood, straightened his jacket. "I've wasted my time coming here." Then he strode out of the room. Jasmine was about to call after him, but Bertram signaled her not to. "I don't think he killed Sarah, Bertram." "Agreed. But I might know who did. I need more facts to verify, and then I'll tell you." Chapter 18. "At this pace, I'll use up all the town's water, Bob." Beatrice paced back and forth on the back veranda, watching as Bob worked on the pump and the central pipe. "I only have 2 hands, Beatrice." "I can help." She rolled up her sleeves. "No, thank you. If I let you work on the pump, we'll use up the water in all of Victoria." "Are you hungry? I can get you something to eat." "No, that's all right. I'm nearly done." "All right, I'll tidy up inside the house then." She went back inside. The downstairs was a mess and was too wet for her to risk using electricity. She went upstairs and found her bedroom was dry. At least she could sleep here tonight rather than taking up Jasmine's offer to stay at the resort. Although, on second thought, staying at the resort wasn't a bad idea at all. She swiped her smartphone on to call Jasmine. Before her call connected, there was a strange shift in the air, and the room was engulfed in a paranormal smell. Her skin tingled and a chill ran up her spine. She terminated the call. She took a scrutinizing glance around the room again. In one corner of her bedroom, the air seemed to shift, as if something semi-transparent moved there. Beatrice wielded a protective spell in her mind. She had used the same spell on the protective charm she gave Landon. He hadn't complained since then, so she figured it was working. She cast the spell onto the bedside lamp and then picked it up and threw it into the corner of the room where the air didn't look quite right. She heard a yelp and the incorporeal figure lunged at her. She raised her hands and blasted her spell directly at it. Upon impact, she felt fur and body heat. It was pushed backward, a shapeshifter. She didn't need Jasmine's talent to feel and smell the creature. She could tell. Then it dawned on her. The water, the broken pump, the evacuation of the animals. Something wanted her to vacate this property. Well, that wasn't going to happen. This was her house and her school, and she wasn't going anywhere. Even with the spell that protected her from the paranormal, she could still be hurt indirectly. She felt a change in air pressure. Then the lamp on the floor rose into the air and flew at her. She had thrown things at this invisible creature, and apparently it could do the same to her. She turned sideways to avoid the impact. The lamp hit the wall behind her and crashed to the floor. A low growl filled the room. She raised her hands, planning to send the strongest attack spell she could create. "I would run if I were you. You don't want to risk a strike from my next spell." Beatrice knew she had only one chance. She hadn't tried this spell before and had no idea if it would work. She had never before had the need to use it in this small town. Exactly what kind of creature was this? The figure didn't move and didn't head toward the door. "What do you want?" No response. "I'll ask one more time. What do you want from me?" A voice echoed in the room, seemingly coming from thin air. She didn't expect a translucent creature like this to emit such a solid sound. I need. What's yours? Hang on, let me rephrase my question. What is it in my house that you claim is yours? I need. All right, your vocabulary seems limited. Is it money you want? I need. Okay, we're getting nowhere. What are you actually? Show yourself so we can discuss this some more. I'm not fond of talking to walls. The figure seemed to glow a bit, and then it was back to its half-invisible state. Beatrice lowered her voice and kept her face as impassive as possible. "If you leave now, I won't hurt you. Whatever you want from this house, it's not yours." She raised her hands again, praying that it would take her threat seriously and run. A roar echoed in the room, growing louder as it came toward her. She moved out into the corridor and blasted her spell. To her dismay, she saw Bob running up the stairs after hearing the commotion. He didn't see what was coming at him. "Look out!" she shouted, but it was too late. Bob didn't know what hit him. She heard a grunt and a thud. Bob had fallen down the stairs. The semi-transparent shape stood up to its full height. Bob had cushioned its fall. Beatrice ran back into her bedroom, picked up the spellbound lamp, and raced down the stairs so fast she thought her feet didn't touch the floor. She aimed at the thing and threw the lamp at it with all her strength. But she seemed to be striking thin air. Bob grabbed her hands. "Beatrice!" She waved her arms, trying to hit the creature. "Beatrice!" He pulled the lamp out of her hands. She turned to see him standing next to her. "Thank God you're okay," she said. "Are you okay?" He nodded and looked at her with concern. "I'm fine. I missed a step and fell down the stairs. But you look worse than I do. What happened? What was with all the crashing and banging upstairs? And why in the world did it look like you were battling the air?" She glanced around. Whatever it had been, the thing was no longer in the house. "Nothing. I'm glad you're okay, Bob." "Well, the pipes are fixed." "Thank you. I'm going back upstairs to rest for a bit. I'll send over the payment tomorrow." "Oh, no, Beatrice. You're not going to stay here tonight. I'm taking you to Jasmine's." "Really?" "Yes, come on. This place is inhabitable right now." He gestured toward the front door. "I'd like to drive myself. I'll need my car tomorrow. Sure, but I'll follow behind you. Chapter 19. Bertram put Max in the living room of his apartment and was heading out when he heard the dog whimper. He had walked Jasmine home and then returned to the Merlot cabin. It had taken him more than 20 minutes, but he figured it was still early enough to get some more detective work done. His phone buzzed. The message contained the results from the lab work he had sent in. They'd found traces of 2 individuals in the samples he'd taken from the window frame. He decided he'd tell Jasmine tomorrow. He felt a bit guilty for not calling her right away to give her the results, as that was part of the deal he'd made with her. But she was a civilian, and it was his job to protect her. Getting her tangled up in this case was not his style. The female DNA was confirmed to be from Barbara Wilson, the site manager of the B&B. The second sample was male, but the DNA had an unusual mix that they hadn't been able to match with anyone in the database. He looked at Max, who was sitting quietly on the sofa. I'll pick up some dog food in town for you while I'm there. You stay here and behave. He put some water in a bowl and put it on the floor for the dog. Before he reached the door, Max began to howl. You're not serious, Max howled again. Okay, just this one time, he muttered. He grabbed a cardboard box containing documents, pulled the papers out and piled them on a table, and put Max inside. He would rather the puppy walked, but he hadn't asked Beatrice for a leash, and he didn't want the pup to take off into the bush. He put the lid on the box. Max licked his hand through one of the handle holes. Bertram chuckled. He opened the lid and rubbed the puppy's head. Lie down and behave. He closed the lid again, walked out to his car, and secured the box to the front seat with the seatbelt. It didn't take long for him to get to Barbara's place. It was a small, detached house with a modest front garden. The evidence put Barbara inside the room at the crime scene. It proved she had lied, but it didn't prove she had killed Sarah. He didn't think Barbara was the culprit, but to prove another guilty, he needed to clear her first. He didn't want to draw any conclusions before speaking to her. He walked toward the front door with an open mind. Wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, Barbara answered the door. She was surprised to see Bertram, but she didn't let on. I received some new information from the Central Police, and I need to clarify a couple of things with you. Is it too late? I can come back tomorrow if you wish. She smiled. That's all right, Bertram. Come on in. The brick bungalow was a lot warmer and homier inside than it looked from the outside. The lounge area boasted a plush sofa and love seat and a large screen TV. There was a corridor to the left, which Bertram guessed led to the bedrooms. Barbara gestured, inviting him to sit down. I would normally take guests into my room for privacy, but Bob is at Beatrice's place, working on the garden or something like that. I have the place to myself, so we can talk here. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. I'll keep this brief. Barbara sat down on the love seat. What is it that you want to clarify? The night when Sarah told you she would check out early on Friday, did she say anything about her next destination? Actually, I thought about that more carefully after I talked to you. I recall her saying she was going to an auction in Eastern Europe. Interesting. When she checked in, I commented on a brooch she was wearing. She told me where she got it. She said the auction was going to be held at the same place she got the brooch. She was excited to revisit the place. Do you have any additional information about that place? Yes, she gave me a brochure. Barbara headed into the bedroom wing. A couple of minutes later, she came out with her jacket on and a small gun, which she pointed at Bertram. I hope you know what you're doing, Barbara. Hands in the air. One wrong move and I'll let a bullet do the talking. Bertram held his hands up at chest level. I know you didn't kill Sarah. You know nothing, Detective. Even if you believe me, the evidence says otherwise. You think I don't know you sent samples to the city lab for testing? I've been inside that room, and I'm sure you know that. Bribing the police to get inside information about the evidence will land you in jail, with a worse penalty than what you did in the room with Sarah. She chuckled. I didn't bribe anyone. This is a small town. You shouldn't have used our internal courier to send the evidence to the lab. Around here, all you need is small talk and some sweet treats to get all the information you need. Not bad at all. Bertram smiled. As I said, I know you didn't kill Sarah, and I can prove that to the Central Police. That is, if I'm alive. Barbara kept the gun trained on him. How do you know that? The tattoo on your forearm is the insignia of a motorcycle club in Eastern Europe. One of the most important rules of that club is that they don't kill their own. But Sarah's body is missing. How can you be sure she's from the same club? I can't say anything for certain. But a woman with that kind of money would wear signature brand jewelry, and you recognized her brooch as being from Eastern Europe. You told me she was about to attend an auction in Eastern Europe. I wouldn't be surprised if she was a member of the club, but I'm a bit more certain now because I saw the same tattoo on her husband's arm. So you and her husband, George, are members of the same club. Neither of you would kill Sarah. Barbara nodded. She was already dead when I entered the room. There was $50,000 on the table. She didn't need the money, so I took it. That was all. I didn't kill her. Now I want you to give me all the evidence you've got on me along with the test results. Sure, everything's in the car. Then let's go. Bertram walked out of the house toward his car, which was parked on the street by a corner of the front yard. Barbara followed at a short distance, the gun still pointed at him. It was dark, and the dim streetlight would prevent random pedestrians from seeing what was happening. Chapter 20. Mia dropped the tea bag into her mug, holding it up by the string. She kept it immersed in the hot water for exactly 30 seconds, then took it out. This wasn't just any tea. Beatrice had made it especially for her, and although she didn't know exactly what was in it, she never questioned her friend. They left for home from Vines and Soul right after Bertram and Jasmine returned from Paws Academy. She was glad Beatrice and all the pets were fine.
They had planned to have their usual virtual meeting tonight, but after a long day, Jasmine suggested postponing it.
Which was great. It gave Mia some much-needed quiet time on the couch with her favorite book. Not so fast, Mia, she thought. Lucian was staying with her, and he was upstairs. Her book would have to wait. She enjoyed Lucian's company, so it wasn't a compromise at all. Mia sipped her tea. She'd take 5 more minutes for herself. Lucian was quiet, and he seemed to have settled in upstairs. She thought he'd enjoy having his own space. She liked Coco, the cat Jasmine brought back with her to Vines and Soul. Because of Mia's make, she could never have a pet. But Coco hadn't objected to her at the vineyard. That was a surprise, and she would have to look into that further. Maybe she would be able to have a cat after all. But the dog hadn't been as quiet. Max had growled and snarled nonstop in Bertram's arms. So was that behavior because of her, or because Max simply didn't like Bertram? She recalled the scene vividly, and a thought dawned on her. At one point, Coco did hiss. That was when Lucian attempted to pat her head. If she and Lucian were the same, Coco wouldn't have reacted differently to them. Well, unless she preferred female humans. Human? Max didn't growl at her, but he did at Lucian. And Coco didn't hiss at her, but the cat didn't seem to like Lucian. Maybe she and Lucian weren't the same as they used to be. 6 years was more than enough time for people to change. Why had he come back? Was it really because of the exhibition? Before making any more deductions, she went to her home office and turned on the computer. She looked up the Melbourne Art Exhibition. There it was, Lucian's show. He was a genuine artist, so what was with the animals' reaction to him? Or maybe it was her. If Mia had become more human, the animals wouldn't have an issue with her. And if Lucian still remained a deadliner of the werewolf pack, he would send ordinary animals into a frenzy. She nodded. Yes, that was a better explanation, and she could live with that. She would talk to Lucian about it over dinner. "Lucienne," she called out. There was no answer. "Don't tell me you're sleeping at this hour." She walked up the wooden stairs, her footsteps heavier than usual so that he would be aware she was coming up. The top floor was empty. The window was open, and the curtain waved in the gentle breeze. It was so quiet she could hear the crickets chirping. She was sure Lucian was not in the house. She rushed to the window and looked down at the yard. Her car was gone. Calm down, she told herself. He had taken her car, which meant he had left the house of his own volition and hadn't been kidnapped. She called his cell. The phone rang, but he didn't pick up. She paced back and forth. Her instincts told her this wasn't good and she needed help. There was no point in calling Jasmine because she had no car and Bertram trailed her every step. She called Beatrice. Why? I'm driving to Vines and Soul. Long story, but my house was broken into and is inhabitable at the moment, so I'm going to Jasmine's. Broken into? Are you okay? Yep, and it had nothing to do with the water damage. Or maybe it did. I'm not sure, she said. But what's up, Mia? Are Max and Coco special animals? Yes, they're very special to me. I know, Beatrice, all animals are special to you. But I mean, are they normal pets? Where did you get them? Why do you ask? They had no problem with me at all, but they didn't seem to like Lucian. And you're calling me because? If they're normal pets, they might just dislike Lucian in general. But if they're special, and I don't even know exactly what I mean by that, then they might be sensing something. You mean psychic? Well, I don't know. They're both spookily smart. They were abandoned in a basket in front of Pet Paradise when I went there to buy pet food. I figured someone didn't want them, and I didn't think giving them to people who sell animals for a living would do them any good, so I took them with me. So you don't know whether they have anything to do with the paranormal community? No, but they could be psychic, you never know. So what happened with Lucian? Lucian went missing. He must have taken my car when I was taking a shower because I didn't hear him leave. Maybe he just went out to get some dinner. He didn't answer his phone. He's been a little weird. Something in him has changed. I don't know what it is, but I could feel it. I think he came back this time for something more than the exhibition. And whatever it is, I think it has something to do with the paranormal community. Don't you think you're overreacting? He might be trying to return your call right now while you're talking to me. No, something is wrong, Beatrice. I can feel it. And it has something to do with romance. I saw a white band of skin on his wedding finger, like he used to wear a ring there. Yes, I saw that too. There might have been a wedding ring there. But what is he looking for here? Do you think he was romantically involved with someone who lives here? I don't know. Can you come over, Beatrice? Please. All right, Bob is tailing me. I need to lose him first. Why is he following you? He was fixing the pump when I was attacked. He insisted on making sure I got to Jasmine safely. I'm sorry, you were attacked? By whom? A creature, I think, but I'm okay. You're obviously not okay. Otherwise, Bob wouldn't have to escort you to Jasmine's. Let me handle this. I'll call you back. No, Mia, I'm coming. She paused, and Mia heard the car engine roar and then the sound of squealing car tires. Oops, said Beatrice. Mia had never known Beatrice to drive any faster than the pace of an average person running. She shrugged. People changed. Even her Lucian had changed. Who would he be involved with here? And was it before or after he left town? Normally Jasmine would have sensed something, but she had been very preoccupied this morning, so her psychic mind was probably a bit off. There, I've lost Bob. Beatrice, you don't have to do this. It's all right. Bob will tell Jasmine I'm not heading to the resort. I'm on my way to your place right now. Chapter 21. I can help you, Barbara, Bertram said, watching her reflection in the car window. She still pointed the gun at him. He could easily counter this woman, but if he did, he would have to take her in because she had deliberately caused harm to the police. I can take care of myself. Now get the evidence out of the car and give it to me. Such an amateurish request, Bertram thought. He might have a weapon in the car. He could grab something from the car and throw it at her. He might even have a phone in there. And if it happened to be an unmarked police car, there might be a built-in emergency mechanism inside. He reached for the handle of the car door. Stop. You don't want the evidence anymore. Unlock the door and step away from the car. One wrong move and I'll pull the trigger, Bertram. All right. He followed her instructions and moved away from the car. Barbara approached, one hand keeping the gun on him and the other opening the car door. As soon as the door was open, a growl filled the air. Max leaped from the car onto the woman's chest, snarling, barking, and biting. Barbara lost her balance and fell down on her backside. It was dark, so Bertram couldn't clearly see what the puppy was doing. But there was a lot of noise. He took the opportunity to grab for the handgun. With one quick flip, the gun was in his hand. Barbara held Max at bay, trying to prevent his mouth from getting any closer to her face. Max sat on the woman's chest, growling and baring his teeth at her. "Look, Bertram hadn't finished his sentence when he felt the impact of a blow at the back of his head. His world went black. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. Maybe a few seconds, maybe a few minutes. He awoke to find his face pressed against the cold, wet grass. His body seemed to weigh a ton. He couldn't move. He heard something. Voices? He couldn't make sense of them. Where's Max? He couldn't even lift his head to look around for him. The voices became a bit clearer, a woman and a man. The woman was Barbara. He didn't recognize the man's voice. "I'll give you the money," said Barbara. "Just leave me alone." "How much does he know?" "It doesn't matter. I might go to jail for stealing money, but I'm no cop killer. If you kill him in my yard, they'll charge me. We can't have loose ends. He doesn't know anything. Let it go. I'll give you the money." There was the sound of footsteps heading toward the house. Bertram tried to move again without success. He had his ankle gun. He just needed to reach it. Maybe if he gave himself a few more seconds. There was a faint sound from underneath the car. Then Max hopped out on 3 legs. His front right leg dangled. Bertram cursed. What sort of people would hurt a puppy? Max hobbled over and started licking Bertram's face. "Okay, buddy, it's okay. Go back under the car, okay?" Max kept licking him. Bertram's strength had partially returned, so he tried again to move. But his head began to spin and his vision doubled. Even if he could get to his gun, he wasn't sure he could fire at a target with any accuracy. But he didn't need to hit his target. He just needed the two of them to believe he could. As he forced himself into a sitting position and pulled his gun from the ankle holster, the man walked out from inside the house, with Barbara's body slung over his shoulder. Bertram and the man pointed their guns at each other at the same time. He was a tall Caucasian man with large shoulders. It was too dark for Bertram to see much more than that, but he was sure he hadn't seen the man before. "My shooting score is 98%, not quite 100. But still, do you want to take that chance?" Bertram said. He wanted the man to talk. At least then he would have a voice to go on. One more piece of information. But the man said nothing. He turned sideways, using Barbara's body to block himself from Bertram. Bertram's police training had served him well. He turned his shoulder a split second before the man pulled the trigger. It was a second that an ordinary person might not notice passing, but it was a second that mattered. The bullet grazed his shoulder and hit the car door. He lay face down again and stayed still. The trajectory of the shot and his position on the ground suggested to the attacker that he'd been hit. He heard footsteps coming toward him. He needed only 2 more steps from the man and he could return the favor and take control of the situation. 1 step closer. 1 more. Come on! Then Max barked. The puppy stood before him, barking at the assailant with a gun. Bertram knew exactly what the man would do. He would shoot Max. He sat up, and as the man pointed the gun at the dog, he fired into the man's shoulder. He staggered back but didn't drop Barbara's body. This was an incredibly strong person, almost too strong to be normal, Bertram thought. He noticed the unusual green shade of the man's eyes. A half smile and then a look of understanding spread across the man's face. He now knew Bertram's weakness. He kept the gun pointed at Max. Bertram could fight one-on-one with the gunman. He could shoot, duck, and return fire without a problem. But the puppy couldn't do any of that. The gunman locked his beady eyes with Bertram's, walking backward with the body dangling from his shoulder. Bertram kept his gun trained on him, but he knew he wasn't going to shoot because the return bullet wouldn't hit him but Max. The gunman was betting on Bertram's instinct to protect the dog, so he continued to withdraw with Max at gunpoint. As soon as he reached the corner of the house, the gunman turned and ran into the dark shadows of the night. Bertram scrambled over the wet grass and pulled Max into his lap. He looked him over, 1 crooked leg, no bullet wound. "You need some serious training, buddy." He pushed himself up from the ground and walked back toward his car, holding Max in the crook of his arm. His vision wavered, doubling a couple of times. His training told him he should lie down as he was not in the ideal condition to drive a car, but his survival instincts told him to find a safe place first before lying down and rendering himself defenseless. He placed the puppy back in the filing box and drove to Vines and Soul. Chapter 22. Jasmine couldn't keep up with Coco. She would never have thought a cat could keep her so busy. She tried to give Coco some warm milk. The cat looked at the milk with disdain. Then she tried a can of tuna, and it worked like magic. But before Coco had finished her dinner, she hissed, paced the room, and then stormed out of the house, running toward the resort. Jasmine had no choice but to follow her. She didn't even have time to get her phone out to ask Beatrice for pointers on cat behavior. Coco's gray fur blended with the night and the dark soil of the internal roads in the vineyards. If Jasmine didn't concentrate, she could easily lose track of where Coco was heading. As soon as they reached the vineyard, Bertram's car drove in and parked at the front port of the Merlot cabin. The car's bumper hit a small potted plant in front, causing it to crash to the ground. Bertram stepped out of the car as she came over. "What happened?" she asked. He was a mess. His shirt was untucked. The outer part of his upper arm near his left shoulder was bleeding. His eyes were dilated. He leaned against his car for a few seconds. "It's nothing, just a small accident." He looked at the plant. "I'm sorry about that." Jasmine tried to reach out for some connection. Emotions? Pain? Thoughts? Anything? She got nothing from him. It was as if his mind was blank. Coco went to the passenger door and started scratching it with her front paws. "Okay, I'll get it. Give me a second, will you?" Bertram muttered. "I'll take him out for you." "Tell me what happened, Bertram. Do you need a doctor?" She couldn't feel any of his emotions at all. He reeled toward the other side of the car. "Oh my God, you can't even walk. I've got to get you to the hospital." He yanked the car door open and plucked Max out of the filing box. Max looked at her with sad puppy eyes and whimpered. "His front leg is injured. Can you get him to a vet?" He handed Max to her, but he misjudged the distance between them and ended up thrusting the dog into her chest. "I'm sorry." He turned and walked toward his cabin. "I need to lie down," he mumbled and stumbled up the steps to the front of the cabin. She put Max on the ground. "Coco, take care of him." The cat had been waiting right at Jasmine's feet. She licked Max's face and leg. "Bertram, that's not the door." The front door was a meter to his left. He had miscalculated the distance. She rushed over and grabbed his elbow to turn him around. "Did you injure your head?" He looked at her, his beautiful eyes dazed. "What? How did you injure yourself? Was it a car accident?" "He took Barbara and shot me." "What? Who is he?" She looked at his shoulder. "The bullet hit my shoulder." She pulled him toward the car. "All right, you need to get stitched up. Were you hit in the head? You look like you might have a concussion." "Maybe..." The passenger side car door was still open. She pulled the filing box off the seat and pushed him in. Bertram didn't seem to like it, but he didn't have the strength to resist, so he sat and closed his eyes. She pulled the seatbelt over his lap and buckled him up. Then she secured the box on the back seat and put Max inside. Coco hopped in with him. She rubbed the puppy's head. "Bear with me, Max." On the way to the hospital, she talked to keep Bertram awake. What does Barbara have to do with the case? She stole the money in Sarah's room. Sarah was already dead when she went in. Did she say anything about the body? No, just dead. Stay with me, Bertram. I don't like apple pie. What? Scary? Apple pies are scary? Don't go to sleep, Bertram. Look at me. The man who hit you, is he local? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Did he kill Barbara? I don't know. I don't think so. But he took her. And the ghost. What ghost? Ghost in her arm. His head lolled on his chest. Jasmine raised her voice. Bertram, answer me. Bertram. Yes. Ghost in his arm. Her arm or his arm? They're both ghosts. Right, ghost in the arms it is. What does the ghost look like? He smiled and drew a round circle with his finger on the inside of his forearm. Round. Okay, round. Triangle. Satan. All right, so you're talking about tattoos. The same tattoo on both of them, I assume. So Barbara and the man who attacked you have tattoos that look like a ghost? Bertram shook his head. No, not him. George. George Hines? Sarah's husband? I don't think he killed Sarah. Waiting for DNA confirmation. You mentioned the tests you sent in. You found DNA? The first was Barbara's, but she only stole money. The second was male, unconfirmed. Can't be George. Why isn't the DNA confirmed? Not in database. Could be criminal. Waiting for the international database. Or he could be non-human, Jasmine thought. That was more plausible. Sarah had been a young werewolf. The whole case reeked of the paranormal. When they arrived at the hospital, she parked and rushed out of the car. Bertram unbuckled himself and got out. She grabbed Max and held him in her arms. Coco hopped out of the car and trailed right behind her. This was a car accident, Bertram said. Don't report the shooting or you'll have the Central Police flooding. All right, let's get you into the ER. She carried Max in one arm and held onto the crook of Bertram's arm with her free hand. She couldn't support all his weight, but he managed to walk mostly on his own, relying on Jasmine for general direction. The nurses saw them and rushed out of the ER to help. They hadn't quite made it inside when Bertram fell to the ground, totally out of it. They were lucky Dr. Zibble was on shift. She was someone Jasmine could rely on for information in hard-to-explain cases that were not quite black and white. He has a concussion and it looks quite severe, Jasmine told Cindy. Can you please check him out? Cindy nodded and rushed into the emergency room. A couple of nurses volunteered to take care of Max. They quickly put his front leg in a small sling and gave him some treats. In this small town, everyone was family, and pets were part of that family. No one told her to leave the ER and take Max to the vet or an animal hospital elsewhere. When she had a couple of spare seconds, she pulled out her phone and placed a group call to Beatrice and Mia. Beatrice's voice sounded distant. Jasmine, we're out looking for Lucian. It seems his where blood was triggered somehow. Why do you think that? Both Max and Coco had issues with him, but they had no problem with Mia. Something's going on with him, and he took off in Mia's car. If he's turning and shifting for the first time, he shouldn't be by himself. I know. Mia is with me, and we're looking for him right now. We didn't call you because you don't have a car, Beatrice explained. But why are you calling, Jasmine? Nothing. Never mind. Just checking in. So where do you think Lucian is? Mia found an article from the newspaper in his luggage about George Hines sponsoring one of his exhibitions. Sarah loved going to those events. Lucian may have met or known Sarah, but he didn't mention anything. We're heading to see George now to see if he can give us any information. We called, but he didn't pick up. All right, keep me posted. Jasmine had a feeling her friends were looking in the wrong direction, but she couldn't help them now. She needed to talk to Bertram about this. He knew something about the relationship between George and Barbara, and he had mentioned that he didn't suspect George. Chapter 23. Jasmine returned to Bertram's ER room at the same time Cindy came out looking for her. How is he? Concussion. You were right about that. As for how severe, I'll need to wait until morning to determine that. Jasmine looked at Bertram lying on the hospital bed. Well, he's not going anywhere tonight, is he? I haven't notified his work or his family. No, he told me to tell you not to do that. But hospital procedure. I understand, Cindy. But he specifically requested that his work and family not be notified. Can we wait until tomorrow when he's awake and can make decisions for himself? Cindy nodded. You owe me, Jasmine. Big time. I'll cook you lunch for the entire month. Bertram hadn't said anything to her about his family. Jasmine had made that up on the spot. But notifying his family would mean letting the police know, too. She wondered what sort of family he had. Jasmine had no one. Her parents had died years ago. They hadn't given her any information about either side of her family. All they told her was that their families didn't approve of the fact that they practiced witchcraft, so they didn't keep in touch. Since they died, the Coven and Beatrice and Mia had been her family. What if Bertram's family wanted to know he was in the hospital? She hoped she was right to tell Cindy not to let his family know about his condition. She sat down next to the hospital bed and enjoyed a half-second of peace before the nurse brought Max in. Coco trotted in right behind the nurse. Max's front leg had been bandaged. He didn't whine, but he gave her those puppy eyes again. She picked him up and put him in her lap and scratched him behind his ears until he fell asleep. Then she put him in the filing box she had placed in the corner of the room. Coco hopped in and snuggled up to him. She sat down next to the bed again. Bertram's eyelids moved slightly. She thought he was awake, but he wasn't. Suddenly, a wave of emotion poured out of Bertram into her. She hadn't been able to read anything from him all night, but now it came rushing in. It wasn't the magnitude of the emotion that surprised her. It was the nature of it. It felt like a nightmare, and he was terrified. But the fear didn't come from the Bertram she knew. It was from a young child. He was having a flashback. She didn't know what he was dreaming about or seeing at the moment, but his fear was intensifying by the second. She wasn't quite sure what to do. She couldn't exactly call the doctor for this. He wasn't showing any physical signs of distress. He was in a dark place. He was very young, and he was scared. Instinctively, Jasmine reached out and held his hand. It was a misty, cold, and dark morning in York. Jasmine had been here before, but never this early and never alone. She was at the Shambles in York, England. The street was so quiet she could not only hear her footsteps, but also her own breathing. She didn't understand why she was walking the narrow cobblestone street, flanked by 14th century houses. Where were her parents? And why was she holding an apple pie? Wait, it wasn't her hand, it was young Bertram's. She was seeing the world through his eyes. She didn't know how old he was at this point in time, but his view of the world around him was pure, innocent, and curious. She wasn't sure what time it was, but she thought there were a few more hours before people started populating the market and the street became alive. In front of her, or young Bertram, images of old buildings wavered and shifted as if behind a gossamer curtain. The Shambles grew darker, if that was at all possible, before sunrise. The apple pie became a burden to Bertram. He walked to a trash can at the corner of the street with the intention of throwing it away. "Don't ever commit that sin," said a distant female voice. Bertram turned around. In front of him was the translucent image of a girl of about 15. Her image flickered and glowed. "Who are you?" Bertram asked. "I'm a spirit." "A ghost?" She smiled. "Yes, you may call me a ghost. That's what ordinary humans call me. I protect the Shambles. Do you know how many people died an unnatural death here?" "Many. I learned that in my history lessons." "Very good, Bertram. You're a good boy. You go to school. You listen to your teacher, to your parents. What does that have to do with this apple pie, or with you being here and talking to me?" "I worked for my father at a bakery in the Shambles, and I made the best apple pies until I was killed." "Killed? How? Did someone murder you? Why? Have they been punished?" "It was a long time ago. They never found my body. My family never had closure. As much as it pained me, I couldn't help them or help myself. I can't see my own death, and I gave up trying to do so a long time ago. But I'm seeing you for a second matter, not my death. I commented on the pie because it made me remember my happy life." "When was that?" "I lived in the 14th century. She gave him a solemn smile. "And I died in the same century for unknown reasons. What can I do for you? How can I help you?" "You've studied history, so you know about the Black Death that happened here. I died before that. When I died, my spirit was unsettled. I was angry, and my rage caused me to linger between worlds. I never left. I don't want to make it difficult for you to understand, Bertram. But I'm more than an ordinary ghost. I can see the future, and I can influence it if I try hard enough and have the help of believers." "Believers?" You're too young to understand. What you need to know now is that when you grow up, you'll have a chance to prevent another Black Death. The plague. I know about that. Are you saying I'm going to be a doctor? She shook her head. No, Bertram. In your time, it won't be the Black Death caused by disease. It will be a supernatural Black Death, and it will be very powerful. But if it's supernatural, how can I help prevent it? When the Black Death happened, the vampires extracted something from it and kept it to cause their own Black Death in the future, during your time. If you can find what they took and destroy it, you will save the people of your generation from the devastation it might cause. What am I looking for? A seed of some sort. I don't know. I can't see it. But I can show you a vision of what happened in the past and what might happen in the future if those vampires aren't stopped. Based on the vision, you might be able to figure out what you're looking for. But before I show you, you need to understand that you can't do this alone. These are the humans who can help you. They are my believers. She raised her hand, palm up, and from her palm flowed the glowing image of a symbol. Remember this sign, Bertram. They will help you when you tell them you were sent by Xanthi. Show them this. She reached out and grabbed Bertram's left forearm. He felt a burning sensation in his brain, and the symbol was imprinted on his skin. It glowed and then vanished. She smiled. I'm sorry that was painful, but I made it quick, didn't I? And here's the vision. She waved her hand in the air. The images of the Black Death in the past, mixed with what might happen in the future, were overwhelming. The sight of the devastation was so brutal it knocked young Bertram out. Chapter 24. Bertram awoke to find himself staring at the ceiling of the hospital. He felt as if he'd been suddenly transported from the cold, dark place of his nightmares to a familiar reality. His recurring nightmares suggested he knew something about the dark place that haunted his sleep. But the only thing he could say for sure was that it was unpleasant. He couldn't remember anything else. Jasmine was asleep, or at least she appeared to be. She sat on the visitor's chair next to his bed. She held his hand and her head rested on the mattress of his bed. She was beautiful. Her soft hair caressed her face and cascaded down her shoulders. The color was unusual, a combination of brunette and mahogany. He loved the way her hair swirled, teasing him when she moved her head. He'd never grow tired of looking at her face. He'd never get his fill of her sultry voice. She wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, and neither was she the sort of woman who stirred men's hormones when she entered a room. But she was the kind of woman a man would want to spend his life with. The problem Bertram had was he didn't know if he was good enough for her. He didn't want to move too abruptly and wake her. He knew she didn't hold his hand for sentimental reasons. She held it because she wanted to know what he saw and felt. He had a feeling she knew his dreams and saw more in them than he did, because as far back as he could remember in his adulthood, those nightmares and the dark place he visited in the dreams had remained a huge question mark to him. It didn't matter that he tried not to move. She woke up anyway. It was as if when he woke, the feed of his nightmares and dreams into her stopped. She sat up and smiled at him. What had she seen in his dreams? You looked like you were having a bad dream, he said. I was indeed. She must have seen something that he hadn't been able to, and it must have been quite bad because she didn't elaborate. How long was I out? He asked. A couple of hours. Her voice trailed off and she stood up, breathing hard. What is it, Jasmine? Mia and Beatrice are in trouble. I need to call them. She pulled out her cell phone and dialed. Bertram got out of bed. No, the doctor said you need to stay here until tomorrow morning. She paced the room. Come on, pick up. Come on. Then she stopped, looked up at him. Bertram had dressed and carried Max in his arms. Coco stood at his feet. What sort of trouble, Jasmine? Their phones were cut off, both of them. How is that possible? I got a message from Bob saying someone broke into Beatrice's house and frightened her. He was following her to the resort, but she cut him loose. I know that because I was on the phone with Beatrice at the time, and her phone was fine. Could they be somewhere that has no network coverage? They're locals. They know better, and they know the places where they shouldn't go. I can't feel anything except the overwhelming anxiety coming from both of them. Where are they headed? If you want me to help, then you have to tell me. You can't discharge yourself from the hospital. Yes, I can. Apparently I have a concussion and shouldn't be driving. But if you don't let me go with you, I'll have no choice. And just where is it that you need to go? To find Beatrice and Mia. Or would you rather call the police? You have nothing to tell them now except that you can feel your friend's anxiety. And I don't think the Central Police are going to act on your request based on that. But I'm the police, and I'm here and willing to help. So let me. Bertram, this isn't something natural that can be easily explained. Once you get involved with what's going on in this community, your life will never be the same. It won't be normal anymore. Are you prepared for that? He looked her in the eyes. I've been doing this long enough to know that not everything has an explanation. If I expected normality in my line of work, I'd never catch any criminals. But this isn't the same kind of abnormality you're talking about. So it's supernatural? And you believe in that? He smiled at her. I believe in what I can see. It doesn't matter if I can explain it or not. I'm open to all possibilities. I will help you with this case on one condition. Tell me what you see in my dreams, like the one you connected with just now. For some reason, I can't remember them. She hesitated, then nodded. I will, I promise. Okay, that's all I need. Let's go. It was late in the night, and there weren't many people lingering in the small hospital. They made it to the car without incident. Mia and Beatrice were looking for Lucian. He took Mia's car. Lucian has been acting weird since he came back to town. Mia found an article saying Sarah's husband sponsored one of his art events, so he must have known Sarah, but he said nothing to us. So you think he's the one having an affair with Sarah? She nodded. You agreed with me that George wasn't the killer. You also said you might know who the killer was, and then you went to see Barbara. You said on the way to the hospital that Barbara wasn't the killer either. Mia and Beatrice were on their way to see George before their phones were disconnected. If Lucian was Sarah's boyfriend, and if he thought George killed Sarah, he might seek revenge against George. Lucien doesn't strike me as the violent type. Just the opposite. He has a gentle soul, Bertram. So why do you think he'd hurt George and not the other way around? He's the type that would be overprotective of his soulmate, and love makes people do unimaginable things. You need to pull over here for a bit, Jasmine. Why? I don't want you to get into a car accident. She pulled the car over and parked. What now, Bertram? If you suspect Lucian, then you're wrong. I think we disagree on this one. There were 2 sets of DNA. The first was from Barbara, but she didn't kill Sarah. You said your lab couldn't identify the second set. Not yet, but they will. Even if there isn't an ID in the database, the person with that DNA killed Sarah Hines. If you believe Lucian didn't do it, then he shouldn't have an issue supplying us with a sample. The lab can certainly tell us if it matches the DNA from the window. Are you sure his DNA won't match the sample I collected? She paused. Bertram knew that look. She didn't need to say a thing. Her face said it all. She wasn't sure. You might find a match, Bertram, but that doesn't mean he killed Sarah. No, but it will place him at the scene, and I think I can pull more evidence to draw an accurate conclusion once we steer the investigation in the right direction. And that direction has his name written all over it. If he and Sarah were having an affair, he couldn't possibly have killed her. And you expect me to believe that simply because you say he has a gentle soul? Jasmine looked at him with her big brown eyes. Her gaze pierced through him. Bertram, if they were in a relationship, there's no way Lucian could kill Sarah because he's a werewolf, and they mate for life. Chapter 25. Beatrice tapped the surface of her smartphone, which, at the moment, was more like a dumb phone because it was dead. If you keep doing that, you'll break your phone, Beatrice. Mine isn't working either. But since when do we need to use Google Maps to find out way around our own town? Beatrice scowled. Since we took Samuel's tip and came here instead of looking for George to warn him about Lucian. I'm not sure George is the only one in danger. Lucian might be turning, but that doesn't mean he's strong or even knows what's going on. Plus, we don't know yet if George is supernatural. Lucien is inexperienced. George could kill Lucien before we could do anything to help. But he knew Lucian. If he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have waited until now, Mia. Mia nodded. It's just that we've been going around and around for more than an hour, and not only are we going nowhere, I don't think we can even find our way back to the car. Beatrice stopped in her tracks. We both know we don't trust Samuel, so is there a reason he might have wanted us to get lost in the bush? Mia frowned. Just the opposite. Whether we trust him or whether he has the genuine interest of the coven at heart doesn't even matter. When that young werewolf died on his watch, he was questioned by the entire werewolf community, and now Lucian, another young werewolf, is AWOL. Samuel will do whatever it takes to have both Sarah's body and Lucian returned to the werewolf community. He has no way to communicate with Lucian, so he's relying on him to find us. There's no way he wants us to get lost. Beatrice shrugged. Wizards are complicated. They might be more complicated than we think. But I can't see how us disappearing in the bush would benefit Samuel at all. There was a low growl behind them. Beatrice and Mia turned around. Lucian walked out from the trees, totally naked. His body looked normal, but his eyes were dilated, and they were not human. The grumbling coming from his throat was in no way similar to human speech. He tossed an unconscious Samuel to the ground. He shifted for the first time, Mia whispered. Now he's shifting back to human form. He must be very confused. Does he recognize us? Mia shook her head. Not sure. She moved a bit closer. Lucien, are you in there? A deep rumble came from Lucian's throat. Is Samuel dead? He growled again. Did you kill him? Mia asked again. Sarah, Lucien grumbled. Mia signaled for Beatrice to stay back. Okay. That's good progress, Lucian. You're coming back to us. I know it's confusing, but it will get better. Beatrice inched forward and whispered into Mia's ear, Do you know what you're doing? I don't have first-hand experience, but in theory, I know more than you do about what happens to a werewolf. I can use magic if you aren't sure. No, Beatrice, you've never had to do this before. Casting the wrong kind of spell on a young wolf could make him crazy. Let me try for a bit, okay? Beatrice nodded and stayed back. Sarah? Lucian's growl grew louder, almost a howl. Okay, I know you're upset about Sarah. She's your mate, isn't she? Mia said. Kill Sarah. Lucian grunted out the words with much effort. All right, I don't think you mean that you killed her. Just calm down and explain to us what happened. Samuel stirred on the ground and sat up. Well, you're obviously alive, Beatrice said. What did you do to cause us to get lost in the bush? And what did you do to upset Lucian? Lucian growled. Samuel jumped up to his feet and scurried as fast as he could to stand behind Mia. Beatrice rolled her eyes. I was conjuring a map for you to find the body when Lucian showed up. He was in full wolf form, so he had an unfair advantage over me. He knocked me out when I was channeling the map to you, and that's why you got lost. Lucian lunged at Samuel, but then stood his ground. Mia stepped slightly forward. Don't, Lucian. I know you're confused, but you can't afford to kill anyone. You should be with the pack when you shift for the first time, not AWOL like this, and certainly not killing anyone. He killed Sarah. It was the first complete sentence Lucian had uttered since emerging from the trees. I did not, Samuel shouted. I have no reason to kill her. Beatrice's phone vibrated, and she knew the network was back. Jasmine was tracing her location and was nearby. She switched on the signal. You have her body, Lucian growled. I sent the location of the body to Beatrice because she asked for it. Samuel raised his voice. Just because I have her body doesn't mean I killed her, you idiot. That isn't helping, Samuel, Mia scolded. He's very confused, and you don't want to upset him. He might shift again and tear that head of yours right off your shoulders. Beatrice saw that Lucien was returning to his wolf form. She had no experience with were creatures, but she knew furry animals well enough. She could handle this. Maybe Lucian would be like one of the puppies at her school. This large puppy was confused and angry, and he was going to lose control at any moment. Mia had said that using a spell was risky, but she didn't think she had much choice. Lucian roared and got down on all fours. Samuel scooted back again, this time several feet away. She was surprised he didn't use his magic against Lucian, but then Samuel raised his arms. He was going to try to cast his dark magic on Lucian. Whatever trick he used, it wouldn't bode well for Lucian. "Mia!" Beatrice yelled and pointed at Samuel. Mia turned and dove at Samuel, tackling him to the ground. A beam of blue fire shot into the air. If it had hit Lucian, it would have torched him. Beatrice cast her spell on Lucian. He caught it instantly and looked at her with amber wolf eyes. "Go home, Lucian," she whispered. He turned and ran into the darkness. Mia straddled Samuel and punched him in the face. She continued her attack until Beatrice pulled her away. "You'll kill him, Mia. It's not worth having his blood on your hands." He used dark magic on a baby wolf. What kind of coven leader is he? Samuel stood, mumbled some profanity, and walked away. Jasmine and Bertram rushed toward them from the opposite direction. "What happened?" Jasmine asked. "Disaster," Mia said, still fuming, and then she asked, "Beatrice, what spell did you use on Lucian?" The only one I could think of. The only safe one I know." "What was it?" "A submissive spell." Jasmine frowned. "I hope it wasn't the one you created when you had fixies." Mia watched as Beatrice's face fell. "It was," she said, and shook her head. "But I guess it's better than Samuel's torch." "Fixies?" Bertram asked. Jasmine smiled. Fixies was a rabbit family she adopted a long time ago. She used the spell to prevent them from reproducing too quickly. Chapter 26. Jasmine woke long before the sunlight entered the house and acted as an alarm clock. She felt rested even though she'd had only a minimum amount of sleep the night before. Maybe it was because she'd spent a proper night at her own place rather than bunking at the Chardonnay cabin in the resort. She made a cup of coffee from the beans of her favorite local coffee roaster. She had it black. If the coffee was good, there was no need to add other ingredients to the cup. She knew a hectic day lay ahead of her, and she was ready for it. So much had happened in the last few days, and none of the questions she had regarding the murder had been answered. As a matter of fact, it was just the opposite. It seemed like more questions surfaced every 2 minutes. Jasmine heard footsteps on the front porch. She didn't need to check. She knew who it was. She cranked up the coffee machine to get it ready for another cup. Bertram stood at the door, ready to do battle with the case for another day. He looked pale, which was only natural considering yesterday's incident and the fact that he should still be in the hospital and not standing on her doorstep. She greeted him with a smile and handed him a cup of coffee. He glanced around her place, observing. He didn't really need to check it out. After all, he'd taken her home last night and had looked the place over to ensure no unwanted human or creature was inside before he headed back to his cabin. She guessed his quick inspection of the area was an ingrained habit. "We have news from Central, Jasmine. From my boss, to be precise. It's 6:30 in the morning. When did he call?" He smiled. "Police and doctors don't work by the clock. You know that, right?" She nodded. "The news isn't good, I guess." He shook his head. "The owners of the B&B were found dead yesterday in a hotel room in Sydney. It might be connected to this case, but because it happened in a different jurisdiction, a collaboration between teams will take time. Plus, because these individuals were on the Sydney team's radar for organized crime, drugs, and gangs, it will be a joint force comprised of both the Melbourne and Sydney Special Forces. If there isn't a direct connection between that case and ours, I won't be called in. That's a good thing, because I'm not sure how the supernatural element would play out in the Central Police Station. The bad news is that if we need to question them about anything regarding Sarah and the B&B, we won't be able to." She held up a bunch of keys. "The only thing we have in our favor now regarding the B&B is access." He smiled. "That's right. But I'm thinking about talking to George again this morning. We need a solid motive for Sarah's murder, even if that motive has something to do with the supernatural." "Agreed." She grabbed her jacket and followed him to the door. They walked along the vines, heading back to the Merlot cabin where Bertram had parked his car. "Now, you know a bit about my little quirk." He grinned. "You mean your psychic ability? Well, call it what you like. But sometimes the emotional connection is so strong it knocks me out. I couldn't exactly explain that to Dr. Zibble, so she ruled that I have a medical condition. But I don't." He nodded. "Got it. I, however, do have a medical condition because I was hit in the head. Is this your way of saying you're more qualified to drive than I am? Is that where you're headed with this?" She nodded. "All right, you can drive for today. As long as it isn't Beatrice who drives, I'm fine with it." She laughed. "You misunderstood her, Bertram. We weren't in a car accident. The bruise on my forehead wasn't caused by her driving. I fainted for the same reason. For the same reason you passed out at our first dinner together? Oh, the ring. Okay, I need to tell you one more thing." "A supernatural ring?" She could see Bertram bracing himself for another blow of supernatural fact. "Samuel Lopez is involved with the paranormal community. He stole Sarah's body and hid it because he didn't want to alert the Central Police. Is the medical examiner in on any of this?" "No, Landon has nothing to do with it," she said. "Samuel wanted me to help him find out who was behind Sarah's death, so he gave me a ring he took from her body. He thought it would help me make a connection with her. I passed out when I touched the ring because it must have a strong spiritual connection with her. So if I were to—" "I don't think so, Jasmine. You're not touching that ring again. This isn't some kind of experiment. What if the connection intensifies from the last time you touched it? You passed out then. What if something worse happens this time? But it might help. We'll find another way. Where's the ring now?" "Still with Beatrice, I assume." Bob was fixing a couple of loose poles at the corner of the Sauvignon block. He looked up and saw Jasmine and Bertram. He left his toolbox on the ground and scurried over. "Jasmine, when Beatrice ditched me last night, I went home, but Barbara wasn't there. She didn't come back all night. I'm heading to the police station to report it when they open at 9. I still need to fix the pipe in the main kitchen. But can I do that after I go to the police?" Jasmine looked at Bertram. He didn't need to say anything. She knew what to tell Bob. "Vines and Soul is pretty busy at lunchtime, Bob. We can't afford a problem with the pipe in the main kitchen. Could you please fix that before you leave? I know you want to file a report, but what if Barbara is just visiting a friend or left town for a few days? She does that occasionally, and now, without her job at the B&B, she has no reason to stick around." "But she left in the middle of the night without saying anything," Bertram interrupted. "If you want to file a missing person report—" "Yeah, that. I want to do that. A person has to be missing for at least 24 hours before you can file a report, Bob." "Oh, is that so?" Bertram nodded. "All right, then. I'll fix the kitchen pipe and we'll go to the police tonight." "Thank you, Bob," said Jasmine. "Is Beatrice all right?" "Yes, she's fine. I talked to her last night. She had a bit of a fright with what happened at her place. But she's fine now. Thank you for letting me know, though." "No worries. I'd better get back to work. Cheers." Bob resumed his repair of the poles to keep the vines happy. Chapter 27. Bertram gave Jasmine instructions on how to maneuver the back streets and navigate a car park. She'd never driven into Melbourne City before, and she was clearly uncomfortable. She was lucky this wasn't the heart of the CBD, but rather an exclusive residential area for the rich and wealthy, within a walkable distance of the CBD. They found a car park on one of the side streets. Jasmine got out of the car. "Are you sure he lives here, Bertram?" He smiled at her. "I can't give you access to police intelligence. But as long as he's human, alive and active, we know exactly where he lives." George's private residence was the penthouse of one of the most expensive addresses of all the Melbourne high-rises. Bertram knew too well where the wealthy European business community spent a few weeks a year in Melbourne. That knowledge had narrowed his search considerably. What he didn't tell Jasmine was that the undercover business card he had given George when they met had a tracking chip in it. It gave him a general location, fed it into the database, and provided him with the pointer. The card he'd given Jasmine when they first met was an ordinary card, but if he told her about the spy toy he'd used with George, she might doubt anything he did. His trick was not mainstream or official, and the evidence collected on this trip wouldn't stand up in court. But when he needed results, he'd use any and all necessary means to get them. The slower he was in his investigation, the higher the number of people who would be hurt, and the greater the number of criminals who would run free. The gate and the entrance of the building were a bit outdated compared to the rest of contemporary Melbourne. Glossy marble stretched from floor to ceiling, and elaborate decor adorned the foyer. The concierge approached them as they entered. "Good morning. May I help you, sir and madam?" Bertram glanced around and lowered his voice. "We're here to speak with Mr. George Hines." He flashed his badge. "Could you tell him Bertram and Jasmine are here to see him?" "Yes, certainly, sir." The concierge picked up the intercom and dialed. "Yes, Bertram and Jasmine are here to see you, sir." "All right. Could you buzz them up?" "Thanks." The concierge escorted them down a long marble corridor to the elevator bank and swiped his security card. When the door opened, he said, "The elevator will go straight up to the penthouse apartment. You have a good day, sir, madam." Jasmine chuckled. "What's so funny? We're a bit underdressed for this building, aren't we?" The elevator stopped at level 108. The door slid open, revealing the interior of an apartment that looked like an art museum. As soon as they stepped out of the lift, Bertram sensed something was wrong. Jasmine frowned. She felt something, too. "What is it, Jasmine?" He was fearful and in excruciating pain, and then it suddenly stopped, like it was vacuumed right out of him. Oh no, Bertram knew what it was. "Behind me!" he shouted, and pulled Jasmine toward him so hard they both lost their balance and fell to the floor. A bullet from a gun with a silencer hit the wall behind them, smashing the glass that framed a large painting into small pieces that rained onto the polished floor tiles. "Stay down," he said, and pulled out his ankle gun. He rolled from their position to a spot behind the sofa. The gunman traced his movement. Bertram was still feeling slightly dizzy, so rolling around on the floor wasn't helping, but he knew he had only one shot, and he would have to take it. He fired at the man's ankle. The gunman fell to the floor, screaming. Bertram charged forward and kicked the man's gun away. It was the same man who had attacked him at Barbara's house yesterday. Before Bertram could cuff him, the man's body morphed into an ape-like creature. It grabbed Bertram's ankle and pulled him off balance. As Bertram fell to the floor, the ape swung him like a rag doll, tossing him from one end of the room to the other. His body crashed into a large display of objets d'art. Beauty could sometimes be lethal, he thought. Before he could get to his feet, the gigantic creature was heading toward him. On the other side of the room, Jasmine raised her hands and said something in a language Bertram didn't understand. The ape's legs froze solid. It looked down, saw the ice, and bent over to try to break it away from its massive legs. Then the floor opened, exposing a bottomless black hole that divided the floor between the ape and Bertram. It cringed and then turned toward Jasmine. She locked eyes with the creature and raised her arms higher. Bertram thought she was either going to cast another spell or she had run out of tricks and the creature would lunge at her. He wasn't taking any chances. Before the ape could cause any more damage to either one of them, Bertram put a bullet in its heart. It roared, but it didn't change its form. It collapsed to the floor and died. The body shuddered before returning to its former human shape. The hole on the floor closed as if it had never existed. Jasmine rushed over, but Bertram got to his feet before she could offer to help. He did a quick mental check to assess his injuries. No bones seemed to be broken. He could stand on his own 2 feet. "I had no choice but to use some magic," she said. "It was going to attack you. You got lucky this time. But next time, don't shoot at the supernatural." "I got lucky?" "Yes, ordinary bullets don't normally cause damage to supernatural creatures." "But my ordinary bullet killed this one?" "Your bullet killed its human body. Normally, a shapeshifter wouldn't be able to extract itself from a dead host body without a trace. I don't understand this one yet. I haven't seen this before, and that's why I said you got lucky. What would have happened if I hadn't been lucky? I don't know. You know. You always know, Jasmine. I saw what you just did. Were you prepared to kill it? Is this the right time for you to be righteous? Oh no, Jasmine, I'm not being righteous. I couldn't, even if I tried. But I need to understand what you're capable of. Can we talk about this later? He nodded. We've got no choice. We need to solve the problem at hand first. This body here looks like a human body killed by a bullet from my gun. Get down, she shouted and pulled him so hard that they fell to the floor again. The shadow from a pair of enormous wings darkened the entire place, blocking the light that shone in from the floor-to-ceiling glass door that opened to the private rooftop entertainment area of the apartment. An eagle flew straight into the glass, shattering it and opening up the entire wall. It sailed into the apartment, grabbed the body with its talons, and glided back out. Instinctively, Bertram pointed his gun at the bird, but remembering what Jasmine had said, he didn't shoot. Outside, the bird extended its wings, which were the span of a helicopter propeller, and flew away. A thing that big carrying a human body will be seen by people on the ground, Bertram said. Others will see it as an ordinary raven that picked up something from a dumpster. So why am I seeing its real size? He stopped staring at the sky and looked at her. He didn't want sugarcoating. He wanted answers. You mightn't be as normal as you think, judging by what I saw in your dreams, but we'll discuss this later. All of it. He nodded and headed toward the bedroom wing. When he stepped into the bedroom, he saw that George was dead. Jasmine was behind him. He noticed she stayed a step behind to let him survey the scene first and let her know what to do. She understood this was his domain. He's dead, and he looks human. Would you like to take a look before I call this in? She nodded and came into the room. She observed the body, careful not to touch anything. Bertram called his chief, Glenn, and briefly explained the situation. He gave the address and let Glenn call in the team. The Central Police are coming, Jasmine. Let's get you out of here before they arrive. His words trailed off when he saw her shaking and tears gleaming in her eyes. What's wrong, Jasmine? She pointed to a picture on the bedside table. George was wearing the same ring as Sarah, wedding rings. She was wearing her ring the day she died, even while they were going through the divorce. It was more than just a sentimental token. We've got a motive then, said Bertram. Someone or something killed her for something in the ring. But they mustn't have known that's where it was. That's why they didn't take anything from the room. Because they couldn't find what they had killed her for. They heard wings flapping and turned in time to see a raven take flight from the windowsill. Hey! She ran after it, heading up to the rooftop. Bertram pulled her back. My guess is that the raven was something supernatural. It was eavesdropping on us. But it's too dangerous to run out into an open space, Jasmine. I don't care how much magic you can do. She turned and looked at him. Beatrice. She has the ring. Whatever that thing was, it hurt us. Let's go. He pushed her out of the apartment as she pulled out her phone to call Beatrice. He had no experience in how the supernatural world worked, but he knew criminals, and he knew that if something was now after Beatrice, the first thing they'd do is cut off her connection. Chapter 28. Beatrice swallowed a chuckle as she thought about the irony of sneaking into her own home. The place was still uninhabitable after the water damage and the tussle with the creature upstairs. But because she had cast a submissive spell on Lucian and told him to go home, she knew this was where he would be. She had to be careful. He was a young werewolf. The change made him unpredictable and unstable. The only creatures she had ever used this spell on previously were her rabbits to prevent them from participating in too much sexual activity. Using magic to interfere with innate natural needs like that made her uneasy. But when forced to choose between her spell and a surgical procedure, she thought the spell was a much better option for the rabbits. As for whether the spell would work on a werewolf, she had no idea. She'd left her phone at Mia's, along with a note asking her to try to fix that useless piece of technology people called a cell phone. Now she regretted it. She could have used it to call Jasmine and ask for some advice. She wasn't surprised to find Lucian upstairs, in her bedroom, sleeping like a baby in her bed. He was as naked as a newborn. Her footsteps woke him. She hadn't been stomping up the stairs, but after the changes Lucien had been through, his senses were much more acute than usual. He opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling, then turned toward her. Beatrice smiled as graciously as possible. "How are you, Lucian?" He frowned for a second, and then, realizing he lay in front of her with no clothes on, he rolled over and pulled the blanket over himself. Beatrice. That was a good sign. He had not only completely returned to his normal human shape, but he had also regained his faculties. "Stay there. I'll get you some clothes." She went into her spare bedroom and pulled out an old box tucked away in the corner of a cabinet. She had lied to Mia and Jasmine about throwing away Steve's stuff. They disliked her ex-boyfriend a lot more than she did. Steve wasn't the womanizer that Jasmine and Mia had labeled him as. She had enjoyed her time with him, and they remained friends even after they parted ways. She figured there was no harm in keeping some of his belongings around the house. She returned to the bedroom to find Lucian sitting up on the bed, wrapped up in the blanket. "What do you remember about last night?" Lucian shook his head. He grabbed the clothes, thanked her, and pulled them on as quickly as he could, keeping the blanket around him as he did so. "You don't remember, or you don't want to tell me?" "I didn't kill Sarah. I love her." "We understand that much." "No, you don't understand. We love each other." "She's still married to George. Your relationship means you were having an affair with her." "She said she was going to leave George for me. I know it sounds stupid, but we even got married in a private chapel." She didn't know how to tell him without hurting his feelings, but it was important that he knew he had only been a pawn in Sarah's game. She wished Jasmine were here. She was always so much better than Beatrice in explaining the impossible with style and tact. "We suspect George knew about you and Sarah. They may even have planned the relationship between the two of you, or maybe it was indeed pure love between you and Sarah, and George killed her for it. But whatever it was, you need to tell us what happened so we can figure it out together. To get you the answers you need." Lucian started pacing the room. "Sarah loved me. She's my soulmate. You know this via Mia. We're werewolves, and we mate for life. I told Sarah, and she understood." "You told Sarah you're a werewolf?" "Yes, we have no secrets. I told her I'm a deadliner, so I don't have any supernatural abilities. But I'm a werewolf, and I mate for life. An ordinary human wouldn't have that quality. She married me, even after all I told her. If that isn't love, you tell me what is." "All right. Assuming it was true love, why did you end the relationship? What could be so bad that you ended your relationship with her and removed the ring from your finger? If you declared a mate-for-life relationship with her and sealed it with a ring, what could possibly make you take it off?" He looked, and his hand, and sighed. "Apparently she loved my werewolf make more than she loved me. I don't know what she was after, but it seemed like she expected me to shift or do something special. I guess she didn't quite get what it means to be a deadliner. In the end, I called a shaman in our tribe and asked him to turn me, or trigger what I already had in me so I could shift. But it didn't work. I didn't change. And that didn't make her happy. So she left me." "But you shifted last night." "I don't know why that happened. I didn't expect it. I was at Mia's. I heard something. And then something inside me just snapped. The next thing I knew, I was lying here naked in your bed. Someone had cast some magic, and Lucian had somehow caught it. It might have been pre-planned, or it might have been an accident. She would need to discuss this with Jasmine and Mia. But for now, Beatrice was sure that Lucian was back, and better, and a fully functional werewolf. "It's okay, Lucian. The most important thing is that you're okay, and that you came back here to be with us." He smiled and shook his head. "Not exactly. I know you'll hate me. But I can't lie to you, Mia and Jasmine. I didn't come back here because of all of you. I came back because it was convenient. I found out Sarah was here, so I came to find her. It's not that I'm desperate or anything, but if she wants to end our relationship, I want her to tell me to my face. I don't get it. All I got from her was a text message, and I refused to end my relationship with my soulmate through a cell phone text. Beatrice winced. I know, Lucian said. It's unfair, isn't it? So you saw her at the B&B? Lucian chuckled. What you mean to ask is if I was at the crime scene. And the answer is, yes, I was. I've been to that room a couple of times via the windows. So yes, the police will find evidence that places me there. I was angry, Beatrice, but I didn't hurt anyone, let alone Sarah. When I left last, she was very much alive. What were you angry about? Well, other than her pathetic behavior of dumping her life partner in a text. When I went to see her on Friday, she was wearing our wedding ring. So, of course, I got angry. I don't blame you. It's hard enough to deal with the end of the relationship. But when you took your ring off and she didn't, that had to be quite confusing. But the ring wasn't the confusing part. Her behavior was. She was wearing the ring she bought me, not the ring I bought her. I removed my ring before going into the sauna after a gym session because I didn't want to damage it. She took my ring, sent me the breakup text, and vanished from my life. So when I found her, and she couldn't explain to me why she did what she did, I was furious. But I swear to you, she was very much alive when I left her. I don't know how to prove it, but I didn't kill her. From her pocket, Beatrice pulled out the pouch Samuel had given Jasmine earlier. She dumped the ring out onto her palm. Is this your wedding ring? Lucien looked at the ring and his eyes widened. How did you get that? Chapter 29. Jasmine accepted the fact that Bertram, who shouldn't be driving, was not only driving now, but taking shortcuts through back streets at an illegal speed. They had no choice. They reached the highway quickly and were soon on their way back to Gisborne. Jasmine concentrated and tried to reach out to Beatrice's emotions. When she called her cell phone several times and didn't reach her, she called Mia and was told Beatrice had left her phone with her, as she thought it wasn't working properly and wanted her to look at it. Mia said Beatrice had headed back to her place to look for Lucian. Jasmine told Mia about the ring and that she and Bertram suspected the ring was the reason Sarah was killed. But how Lucian fit into the picture, they didn't know. Bertram asked Mia to wait for them so they could all go to Beatrice's together. But knowing her friend, Jasmine didn't expect her to wait around, especially when Beatrice and Lucian's lives might be on the line. The only thing Jasmine could do en route was keep tabs on Beatrice's emotions. If her fear or associated emotions were not flaring, that might mean that she and Lucien were not in immediate danger. How could Lucien's werewolf gene be activated without you, Beatrice, and Mia recognizing it? Bertram asked. It could be many reasons. We don't know exactly when it was triggered. If the individual hasn't turned, the transformation hasn't been completed. In that case, it's very hard for us to tell. How can an ordinary human like me tell whether I'm dealing with a supernatural or a human? You can't always. The supernaturals, especially experienced ones, can choose how they want to be seen by humans. Humans are different. Some are susceptible to the supernatural and some are not. If you have a high level of susceptibility, and I think you do, you can sometimes tell no matter what form the supernatural chooses to show you. Kind of like the way you saw the real size of the eagle in the city. You can also tell by contact as well, not just by visual. How can I tell by contact? Like they don't have a solid feel when I touch them. No, it's more like you can feel their energy. If you're susceptible to the supernatural, you'll know it when you touch it. I think that's an advantage for you because the supernaturals can't tell whether or not you can make them. In a short time, they were at Mia's place. It didn't take long for them to figure out she wasn't home. I'm sure she went to see Beatrice. Let's go to Beatrice's now, Jasmine said and pulled out her cell phone. Don't call. It's possible she might be hiding out somewhere, and that would expose her. Jasmine nodded, put the phone away, and then reached out to Beatrice and Mia again. She could feel Beatrice's emotions but not Mia's, and the disconnection with Mia made her uncomfortable. Bertram parked a block away, and they approached Beatrice's place on foot. They could see her car from a distance away. When they got to the house, they saw Mia crouch behind a large shrub in the backyard, waiting for them. "They're fine. All is quiet in the house," Mia said. While Jasmine concentrated on tapping into Beatrice and Lucian's emotions, Bertram coordinated with Mia on how to get inside the house. "Mia, please stay here with Jasmine. I'll go in and see if everything is okay. If so, I'll give you a signal to come in." Mia nodded. Jasmine gave him a thumbs up and continued to peek into the house with her emotional connection. It was a bit too quiet for her liking. She hadn't yet been able to connect with her friend or Lucienne. Bertram entered the house through the front door. He was quiet and efficient, and he moved like a cat. After a few minutes, he appeared in an upstairs window and signaled for Jasmine and Mia to enter. There was nothing strange happening inside the house that Jasmine could sense. She got a faint signal from Beatrice. She was still calm. As Jasmine opened the door, Beatrice appeared at the top of the stairs, smiled, and waved them in. Jasmine and Mia entered. Beatrice opened her hand to show them the ring in her palm. "I think this connects a lot of dots for us." A sudden storm of strange energy washed over Jasmine. Maybe it came from the ring. She had felt something similar before when she touched it, but it hadn't been this strong. She tried to maintain her balance, remembering how she had passed out the last time. She heard a thud. Next to her, Mia had collapsed to the floor. When Jasmine turned to help her, she realized that the energy she was feeling wasn't coming from the ring, but from Mia. More precisely, from whatever it was that was possessing her. A shape, half wolf and half human, leaped out of Mia's body. The semi-transparent figure charged up the stairs. It pushed Beatrice, causing her to fall to the floor. The ring dropped out of her palm. The creature grabbed the ring, raced back down the stairs, and headed for the door. Bertram raised his gun, but didn't fire. Jasmine had explained to him why he shouldn't shoot at the supernatural, and she knew he refrained from shooting because of that. "Let it go. Don't chase it. We don't know what it is," said Jasmine to no one in particular. She rushed toward Mia, who still lay on the floor, breathing but not conscious. "Mia, can you open your eyes? Can you hear me?" Beatrice and Bertram rushed down the stairs. There was a loud roar, and then a massive wolf leaped out from the bedroom wing. It catapulted through a window and landed somewhere in the backyard. "Lucienne!" Beatrice called out, but he didn't seem to hear her. Lucienne, in wolf form, caught up to the other creature before it jumped the fence surrounding the yard. It turned around, then shifted into complete wolf form. The raucous fray between the two large wolves would surely attract attention from the neighbors. Jasmine knew that ordinary humans would see two large dogs fighting and nothing more. Even so, she cast an illusory shape protection spell, just in case. Lucian was larger than the other wolf, so he could handle himself. Jasmine decided to focus on Mia. Mia stirred and opened her eyes. "Are you okay? Do you remember what happened?" Jasmine asked as she helped her friend sit up. "I was waiting for you at my place. Something took over my body and my mind. I could feel it happening, but I couldn't stop it. I heard voices and I couldn't control myself. I had to do whatever it told me. It gave me instructions to go to Beatrice's and wait outside. So that's what I did." "It wanted the ring," Bertram said. "But wouldn't it have been much easier to come here earlier and take the ring from Beatrice when she was alone, rather than waiting for a house full of people?" Jasmine looked at Bertram. This creature, whatever it was, had been right next to her, but she didn't detect it. She could feel almost any kind of supernatural energy. The key word was almost. She certainly didn't feel this one. Then it dawned on her. It couldn't enter the house by itself. It needed an invitation. It's some kind of vampire. It possessed Mia so that someone inside the house would invite it in. Beatrice's eyes widened. A shapeshifter vampire? Mia shook her head in disbelief. One with the ability to possess other creatures and use them as a vessel. What are we dealing with here? Whatever that thing was, it's more powerful than anything we've ever dealt with before, Jasmine said. They heard a loud howl and saw that the wolf that used Mia to get into the house had grabbed Lucian by the neck and flung him to the far end of the backyard. Seeing an opportunity for a clear shot, Bertram charged outside and fired his gun at the lone wolf. Just as Jasmine had told him, the bullet missed and hit the fence instead. The animal stood upright on its hind legs, growling and preparing for an attack on Bertram. A piercing shrill came from the air above them. An enormous eagle dove down from the sky, picked up the offending wolf in its talons, and flew away with it as if the wolf were weightless. Jasmine didn't know if it was the same bird that had taken the body of their attacker in the city, but this one certainly had come to pick up the ring. She remembered seeing a raven spying on the conversation between her and Bertram in the apartment about the ring and the murder. The bird was gone as quickly as it had come, taking with it the vampire wolf creature and the ring. The paranormals seemed to have a battle going over the ring. They had killed Sarah for it, and they had invaded her community to get it. Jasmine was glad it was gone, although she was sure this ordeal was far from over. They rushed out into the yard to see if Lucian was okay. He had changed back to human shape. His wounds were healing quickly. Jasmine knew that in no time Lucian would become a powerful wolf who was in complete control of his power. She was happy for him. "I think I need another set of clothes, Beatrice," he said. "Those clothes look so familiar," Mia said as she looked at the torn clothes hanging from Lucian's body. "Are they Steve's?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." Beatrice lied and scurried into the house to find replacements for Lucian. Chapter 30. It was the trio's ritual. Every fourth night, Jasmine cooked a special dinner for Beatrice and Mia when they gathered to talk about different things: work, the town, the coven. But sometimes they just talked about the arrival of new handbags or shoes. Tonight, Bertram and Lucian were invited. They met at Jasmine's place. Her private kitchen had a lot more stock than the kitchen at Vines and Soul. She organized this dinner a little earlier than usual for Bertram, as she knew he needed to wrap up his case, write the report, and head back to the city tomorrow morning. It was just a dinner, Jasmine told herself, pushing aside all thoughts of him leaving her life after the case had been closed. In a corner of the room, Coco and Max snuggled in a shared basket without complaint. They would be going home with Beatrice after dinner, and when she was present, they were on their best behavior. Bertram took control of the cocktail bar, claiming to know a few tricks she didn't. She let him handle the alcohol while she took care of the food. She refrained from peeking into his emotions now. It wasn't fair to him, and there was no point in her getting more deeply involved when she was unsure if she was ready for a relationship. Mia arrived. Beatrice smiled. "You almost missed it. Jasmine is making her special herb crush on rack of lamb today." "Oh, my favorite." She pinched Lucian's shoulder lightly. "I know it's your favorite too, but you don't have to drool in front of everyone." "I am not drooling, excuse me," Mia smiled. "I guess you've told everyone about you and Sarah and what brought you back here, just to clear the air and get everyone on the same page." Lucian grinned. "I did. The one with the steepest learning curve here is Detective Hayes. So if he gets it, everyone will." Sarah somehow got possession of a ring that must be worn by a werewolf to relay some unknown supernatural power that we don't really care about, Bertram said while finishing up a cocktail of gin, a pale green liquid, lime and salt. "That's the real reason she married Lucian. When she figured out he wasn't a real werewolf, she left him and stole the ring back. Hey, that wasn't the story I told." "Essentially it was, minus the romance part." Bertram grinned. "But I am a real werewolf." Jasmine smiled. "Sure you are." Mia pushed an envelope across the counter toward Bertram. "Landon signed. Please check to see that you're satisfied, Bertram." Bertram pushed his fancy version of a margarita toward Beatrice and then reached for the envelope. "Thank you, Mia." He stepped to a more private corner of the room to read the document. Jasmine brushed the last bit of her special crush recipe onto the lamb racks and sealed in the juices by placing them in the oven for 2 minutes. The recipe was complicated, as were her other recipes. But the most difficult thing about her cooking was her no-scale and no-fail principle. She never measured or weighed anything, and thus she needed to feel the ingredients as she put them together. But the entire time she had been focusing on her cooking, she never took her eyes off Bertram. He didn't seem happy about the report. "You can't live with that, Bertram?" Jasmine asked him. She had never wanted him to leave here without closure. She'd asked him to compromise a number of things to keep the paranormal community separate from the human community. Bertram understood that it was a peaceful solution and would be best for both communities. She didn't expect him to falsify anything, but that was what she was seeing on his face right now. Bertram shook his head. "My team in the city has agreed that George's death was a shady business deal gone wrong case and had no connection with Sarah's case. And I'm more than happy to report the physical cause of Sarah's death and leave the true motive out. But I can't pin the murder on Barbara." "But you found her DNA at the scene," said Mia. "True. But if we connect Barbara and George by saying he suspected his wife of having an affair and hired Barbara to spy on her, and then say that Barbara got greedy when she saw the money and when caught by Sarah, she reacted by hitting her with the bottle, that implies manslaughter. Which is quite plausible, because Lucian didn't do it. It comes down to Barbara's words against Lucian's," Beatrice said. Bertram shook his head. "There isn't sufficient evidence to establish that either one of them is responsible for the murder. Their fingerprints aren't on the murder weapon." "Are there any fingerprints on it?" "No, and that's unexplainable. With today's technology, the only way a print wouldn't be found is if there wasn't one there in the first place." "So what do you suggest we do, Bertram?" "I'll report the case as unsolved. I'll leave out any facts that can't be explained and anything having to do with the supernatural." Jasmine looked at him. "An unsolved case? That will mean you didn't do your job. How many times has this happened before?" He smiled. "Never. But I'm only human, and there are many things I have no explanation for, and many cases I don't have the resources to solve. My record doesn't have to be perfect." "You would do that for us?" He looked at her and held his gaze there for a second longer than needed. Then he nodded. Jasmine's phone buzzed and she picked up. It was a call from her manager at Vines and Soul. "Yes, Lisa." "Did you tell Bob that we'll pay him in cash?" "Yes, that's his preference, and we've done that for him for the last couple of payments. Is there a problem?" "Well, he's here to collect the money, and there isn't enough cash at the restaurant now to pay him. I told him I can do a check, and he's fine with that." "Ah, but you can't sign the check." "All right, I'll be right there." Jasmine looked at her guests. "Actually, could you give him the check and ask him to bring it up to my place? I'll sign it for him. I have guests at the moment." "Certainly, I'll send him right up." Jasmine returned to the conversation with Bertram, Beatrice, and Mia, while Lucian went over to make peace with Coco and Max. "We have a slight issue," Jasmine said. "Remember the morning before we went into the city, when Bob wanted to report Barbara as missing to the police?" Bertram nodded. "He would have done that by now, and that means a missing person case for Barbara has been opened." Jasmine nodded. "That would be ideal, but we don't know exactly what Bob reported. Would such a report cause you any problems with Central, Bertram?" "I'll check the record to see if there are discrepancies between what he said and what I reported." "But what if he didn't report?" Beatrice asked. "Why wouldn't he?" Bertram asked. Mia chuckled. "Well, he's always had a thing for Jasmine. If he thought reporting it would cause Jasmine trouble, he might not do it." Bertram raised an eyebrow. "He has a thing for Jasmine." Beatrice smiled. "Yes, he does, just like—" "It's not true and not relevant," Jasmine cut in. "I have to sign a check for his work now. I'll try to find a way to ask him if he filed a missing person report. Then we'll know for sure, rather than guessing." Jasmine left the room when she heard footsteps on her front porch. Before opening the door, she checked first to be sure it was Bob. Bob was standing outside the gate of her small garden. She grabbed a pen from her desk and went outside the house. He stood fumbling with the check Lisa gave him and smiled at her. "I'm sorry to bother you with this, Jasmine. Lisa sent me. It's no trouble at all. Thank you for your work. Come in and let me sign this for you. As she spoke, she sensed she had made a horrible mistake that might put an immediate end to her life. Chapter 31. Get down, Jasmine! She felt Bertram's fear before she heard his shout. In reaction, she dropped flat to the ground. Bertram stormed out from inside the house, and before Bob could react, he had plunged a silver dinner knife into the man's chest. The dinner knife wasn't designed to be a weapon that would cause a man of Bob's size any damage, especially if he was an ordinary human. But Bob fell to the ground and his eyes became opaque. His skin tone changed, growing paler by the second. Jasmine had never seen a creature like this before, but she guessed it was some kind of hybrid vampire, the kind that kept the most advantageous qualities of vampires and were creatures while avoiding the weaknesses. A hybrid vampire could walk among humans and survive in the daylight. They didn't let out much supernatural energy and were usually undetectable by psychics like her. Still, there was one weakness they could not avoid. They could be killed by silver. Bertram pulled Jasmine back and away from Bob, but she knew the handyman had unfinished business, and there was something he wanted to tell her. She eased out of Bertram's hold. "Give me a minute, Bertram." She walked toward the dying man, knowing Bertram was standing right beside her. "Why do you want to kill me, Bob, if that's your real name?" He smiled weakly. "I was contracted to kill you, but I'm defaulting on that contract. I'm here to tell you that you don't have to worry. I've killed the contractor." "Why?" "Ever since I've known you, you've been nothing but kind to me. I've never experienced that before, not even when I was human. So I've wrongly killed you," Bertram said. "You're her protector, and you did what you had to. I've killed too many. I knew this day would come. Death is the most natural thing that has ever happened to me, so thank you." "Who wanted Jasmine dead?" Bertram asked. "I'm a contract killer, but I'm not a rat. All you need to know is that I've killed everyone associated with the contract. There are no loose ends." "Bob, did you kill Sarah?" asked Jasmine. "I was contracted to obtain a map Sarah had in her possession. She caught me going through her belongings. I wouldn't have killed her if she hadn't shifted and attacked me." He glanced at Bertram. "How did you make me? Even Jasmine couldn't tell. I felt your supernatural energy when I shook your hand. You're very strong. You are both very strong. You'll be significant threats to them." "Who are you talking about?" But Bob had drawn his last breath and could no longer answer Bertram's questions. Jasmine felt a storm of fear issuing from Bertram just before he said, Go inside." He pulled her away from the body and they both stumbled over the threshold of the house. He slammed the door shut. "In the future, nobody invites anything supernatural into this place," Bertram said as an enormous eagle descended, snatched Bob's body, and flew away. They maintained their quiet for a long time to be sure there would be no more surprises. Then their previous conversation resumed. Mia pointed to a paragraph in Landon's medical report. "Jasmine, when you left to pay Bob, Bertram figured out that the trace of oil found on the wine bottle came from the glove of a handyman, in this case, Bob. Using the silver dinner knife to kill Bob was Beatrice's idea. It was a wild guess. If he was a vamp, the knife would be sufficient. If he wasn't, I planned to back Bertram up with my spells. I figured that creature would be pretty angry after being stabbed with a knife." Bertram smiled. "Thanks, Beatrice, but I'm glad the first scenario worked out. I'm not so sure I'd be comfortable being within firing range of your spells." Chapter 32. The morning sunshine blanketed the vineyard in the gentle orange shade of a new day. Jasmine inhaled the fresh, clean air and approached the Merlot cabin. Bertram stepped out with his suitcase. He wore the long jacket he had on the first day he met her. He smiled at her. "Good morning, Jasmine." "Checking out?" "Yes." He put the suitcase in the back of his car and approached her. He kept his gaze on her face for several seconds, averting his eyes before it grew uncomfortable for either one of them. I just want to reassure you that I will file an inconclusive case with the Central Police, along with all the facts about Sarah's death that can be verified. I won't mention anything about the supernatural community or anything that would lead to further investigation. It seems like they clean up after their activities. That's one less thing to worry about. If Bob was right and he took care of all those who wanted to kill you, then you should be fine for now. But you know how to find me. I'm just a phone call away if you should need me. She could feel doubt in his mind, looming like a dark cloud in the sky before a heavy storm. But as far as what kind of doubt it was, and to what or whom it was directed, she couldn't tell. Another thing, huh? Jasmine, please give me some privacy in my emotional space. I'm sorry, she said, and when she realized what she was doing, she stopped immediately. Not only was it embarrassing, it was wrong. She had never done that before. She never spied on anyone's emotions unless they reached out to her or needed her. So why did she keep peeking at Bertram's? I have to go now, Jasmine. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Don't be a stranger. Come to the city sometime. You know I don't like large cities. Why don't you visit the resort when you need a break from the city? You know where I am. You know what we have here and what we don't. He looked into her eyes. I would love to visit again. She knew there was a but in that sentence, but he didn't voice it, and she had promised not to read anything beyond what he verbalized, so his half-finished sentence meant that he wasn't coming back. Jasmine knew that the physical distance wasn't their problem. I promised to tell you what I saw in your dream. He shoved his hands in the pockets of his jacket. Yes, I remember asking you, but let's just leave it in the dreams. Okay. She smiled at him. She might not be ready for a new relationship chapter in her life anyway, and he didn't seem to be ready for anything in this small town. A car drove in at the top of the driveway and parked. The driver's door opened, and a stunning woman who looked as if she had stepped right out of a movie got out. Her long brunette hair swirled around her shoulders, swaying with every movement she made. Her expensive and stylish professional outfit was similar to Bertram's. Even before he introduced her, Jasmine knew that she was not only his woman, she was his perfect match. Jasmine felt a painful pang, but she brushed it away and smiled. Bertram, the woman said, I left you alone for 3 seconds, and you vanished on a mission. I had to use up all my favors to get your location. She all but fell into his arms for an embrace. Jasmine could tell Bertram was uneasy, and she gave herself a mental slap for peeking again. The woman wrapped her arms around his shoulders, and he winced as she bumped his injured shoulder. She noticed it instantly, but before she could ask, he said, It's nothing, Grace. What are you doing here? Looking for you, that and escorting you back to the city where you belong. That's unnecessary. I've just closed the case, and I was on my way in. So, lunch? He nodded and smiled. Sure. Then he turned woman toward Jasmine. This is my colleague, Detective Cunningham. This is Jasmine. She owns this vineyard. Oh, wow, what an impressive place. Congratulations. I admire smart, strong, and beautiful women. Thank you. Can't say I built it from scratch, though. I inherited it from my parents. But it must be very difficult to manage this line of business in this kind of economy. I have friends who could only operate this as a hobby farm. But judging by the size of this vineyard, I can tell you're one of the rare successes. Bertram smiled. Jasmine is an excellent cook. See, he's a foodie and he's already voted for your business. Thank you. Jasmine smiled and pointed at the reception desk. Come on, let me check you out so you can be on your way to beat the traffic. Grace rolled her eyes. Yes, traffic into the city is a beast. Thank you for taking care of him when he was here. No worries. I take care of all of my customers. Jasmine smiled again. I like this resort a lot, said Grace as she turned toward Bertram. Let's have our wedding here, Bertram. We'll talk about that later, Grace. Bertram muttered, picked up his suitcase, and walked away. As Grace turned around and followed Bertram, Jasmine noticed that Grace's right shoe left a blood print on the pavement. Jasmine knew no one, including Grace, could see the blood. It was a special psychic ability that Jasmine had from a past she didn't want to remember. She had precognition for fatal incidents, and the signs often came to her as blood marks. This was Alpha's Secret, a Wolf Valley Forbidden Hearts novel. As his first book comes to a close, Jasmine and Bertram's story is far from over. Their journey through Gisborne's supernatural underbelly has only just begun. With ancient secrets stirring and forbidden desires growing deeper, what lies ahead will test not just their hearts, but everything they believe in. Continue their epic romance in the next book in the Wolf Valley Forbidden Hearts series. Our complete series playlist is waiting for you, where every book brings new passion, danger, and impossible choices. Visit dnleo.com to explore more about the supernatural world hiding in plain sight. DN Leo loves hearing from readers like you, so don't forget to leave a comment below sharing your thoughts on Jasmine and Bertram's story. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel for more supernatural romance adventures. Turn on notifications so you never miss a new release. After all, in this valley, magic happens when you least expect it. Thank you for listening, and remember, some rules are meant to be broken.